Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Live Trading Room for Monday, April the 18th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know if you can hear me and see my screen. That'll help me. Thank you, Green Trades. All right, everybody. Well, obviously, the big news this morning is CASA. I know I posted that, and others have posted the information about CASA. That hit right around 8 o'clock. I posted around 8:03 in the room. Deal with Verizon. I actually did take some, and I am holding some. The news looks pretty darn good. Obviously, awarded a multi-year contract with Verizon. Verizon is making a $40 million investment, resulting in just underneath that 10% ownership stake of at 9.9%. So big news for CASA, CASA, and getting closer and closer to that 200-day moving average of 583, a key level, obviously, to try to break. And it's not a super high float either. 30 million in the float, not crazy low, but it's certainly not high. So could be more excitement in store for CASA once we get into so-called normal market hours. So, yeah, just to go over the trade of the week is Reagan. There was a slight error in the email that went out. This was a trade of the week a few weeks ago and it did not work. And so we're taking another attempt at it here. 470 is the trigger. All right, 470 is the trigger. And of course, as long as energy remains hot, this could do something. So we'll have to see. I look at it and think that 5 might be really tough to get through, but that's just me. Big float, 630 million in the float. But up to you how you want to approach it. So what else is happening? So MDVL, I don't see any specific news on it. I think it had a pop Friday afternoon. Yeah. So MDVL had a nice pop Friday afternoon and it's held. And I don't see the reason for it. I can't remember. I remember seeing it Friday afternoon, but anyway, MDVL had a big day on Friday and it held after hours and it's holding in the pre-market. TGTX. TGTX is being hammered, down 34%. They have withdrawn a bunch of acronyms here, BLA/SNDA. So they have withdrawn, and this is putting obviously downward pressure on TGTX, not quite an all-time low. Boy, the big area, guys, big area for CASA. Take out that 200-day moving average. It's right there. 583 is the 200-day moving average. It's just slightly, just a little bit above it or right at it. NKTR, as Real mentioned earlier, also, I saw this NKTR almost an all-time low. And they have, they're ending some kind of a clinical global development deal with another company, can't pronounce the name. So that's the deal with NKTR as far as its big gap down this morning. And this is almost an all-time low for NKTR. Diddy, DIDI, voluntarily going to be delisting from NASDAQ. Of course, it's been humbled for a while now. And I think they're having some kind of a special shareholders meeting sometime in May. And that should result in a delisting, a voluntary delisting from NASDAQ, DIDI. ENSV, energy play, ENSV. I'm not sure I see any specific news on it. Yes. Okay. So now it just delays the filing of a form. They see 71% boost in Q4 revenues. So looks like they were supposed to release after hours yesterday. After hours tomorrow. How about after hours today? We're already April 18th. Sorry about that. So this is post market. So it looks like they might be delaying. However, they're talking about 71% boost in Q4 revenues. So that is the ENSV. I mentioned this Varia was gapping down, but wouldn't surprise me at all if it popped back up again. This is VERU. Of course, this was a huge one from last week. OCGN. Now, instead of India, this is Mexico. This is a virus play, and they're claiming some kind of a deal, commercialization rights for their COVID vaccine or vaccine Covaxin in Mexico. So focus is on Mexico. And Schwab, SCHW. It wasn't too much volume yet. Yeah, volume's starting to pick up. Earnings play. Big gap down here, guys. I mean, 78.51. 78.51 is the, well, it's the VWAP. 80, but 80 is the 200-day moving average. So it is just below. You can see that green line right there. So it is now just below the 200-day moving average. And that is for Schwab, SCHW. And NTUS is a buyout. If you're wondering why I'm not talking about it, it's a buyout. You can see it flatlining right there. And this is a private deal, so they're being taken private. All right, CASA is struggling to get through that 200-day moving average area. All right, IMRA, I did see IMRA, it's up 14%, not pretty good volume, low float. I think there is some news. IMRA board approves reduction. Oh, wow. Well, bad news for, there's 83% chopping of their workforce. So there's only be 6 remaining full-time employees for IMRA. So they're getting rid of 83%. I'm watching this Indo to see if it has any life. It had, of course, with the other ones, I think the MEX or MEC, HUSA, HUSA, and a couple of other ones that went crazy a few weeks ago. Indo had a nice pop on Friday. It's given up some, but remember, it's at 23.50 right now, but it came from 13.84 as the low on Friday. So we'll see if this pops above the high at some point. INDO, the high on Friday. So MEC, I think I have it. MEC, I think I have it on my watch list. Yeah, it still has some room. No volume at all. Just sort of interesting. See if it holds this level. And the next high looking left is 956. So it might be interesting. MEC. There's no volume at all yet. Well, let's just put an alert up here for CASA just a little bit above that 200-day. I'm going to put an alert around 590. It's always interesting too. I mean, look at the trading in CASA, the days leading up to this announcement today. I mean, no leaks, no leaks at all, really. All right, 9/11. Let me do a quick look to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from briefing.com. Now on Friday, we saw a little bit of a switch. There was a few more upgrades than downgrades. And nope, not today. Okay, I'll get some of the upgrades in first. There were definitely more downgrades than upgrades this morning. All right, there you have the upgrades. Now, there are definitely more downgrades this morning. So I'm going to check to see if there are any multiple downgrades, meaning the same stock downgraded by several firms. Okay, so Goldman downgraded NKTR. Okay. Just a few more downgrades to go. All right, there are some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades from briefing.com this morning. Continuing to watch the CASA to see if it can take out that 200-day moving average. The volume is increasing. You can see the volume increasing right here on the 15-minute chart. This is the biggest one of the day so far, which is obviously good if you're long this like I am and hoping that it can take out that 200-day. I've traded some out. I'm not. I have, I don't know if it's going to take out the 200-day, but so we're in for let's see, a negative open, not hugely negative, but we're in for a negative open, just looking at the SPY. So we're a little bit below the Friday close so far. Morning, Gobi. All right, all I'm doing right now is just checking to see if anything else is sneaking into the actives up or down. Again, this is what I look at this morning in the mornings for the market opens. And of course I'm sharing all of that. Yeah, this TGTX still is weak and not quite an all-time low. This will more than likely show up in the 10-day daily breakdown. Obviously, it's a 10-day daily breakdown. Now, let's see the volume. Yeah, the volume's going to have to pick up, believe it or not, to get that relative volume up to 8. That's but it has been sliding for the last few months. I know Real has been posting some fib levels for CASA. Let's take a look at the next highs looking left. If it can get out of this area, say over 6. So the next high looking left is, well, there's 596, 578. So the next one is 685. That's on a monthly chart. Let's take a look at it on a weekly chart. And yeah, so the 6 level, there is some resistance right around that 6 level. So, between that 200-day moving average and 6, if it could find its way to get through 6, then 685 could be kind of a bit of a fantasy level. My guess is that all the energy stocks are going to be up this morning. Let me just take a look at crude oil, the price. What do we have this morning? So yeah, so we got a little bump in WTI and Brent. Okay, so we're still over that 100 magic 100, 108 and 112. So a little bit of a bump this morning. So my guess is when we take a look at the sector status, all the energy stocks are going to be above Friday's close. That make up XLE. ISUN just showed up, guys. ISUN just showed up. ISUN. Okay, market hours, April 15th. So I don't know if they actually did release, but it says they sales 27 million, beat the 24.8 estimate. So this is actually an earnings play for ISUN, ISUN, and of course, not of course, but it is a very low float. So craziness could happen today for sure. 200-day moving average, that's way below it still, or the price is way below that. So that is the ISUN, ISUN, just showed up. All right, just looking at some of the things I've got on my thumbnail charts from Friday. See if anything interesting is happening. Yeah, so the ISUN, I mean, man, oh man, I mean, got up to 529, dropped $1 just like that. All right, let's take a look at the sectors. So I'm going to click from their toolbar, clicking on new and then dock channel bar, and then the sector status. These are the major sectors. And as I thought, 100%. So what you're seeing here, so XLE, for instance, the major energy ETF, these are the stocks that make up XLE, and 100% of them are up from Friday's close. Pretty easy to predict as long as oil is it's positive at all, which it was. Easy to predict. Usually it's either all or nothing, 100% or zero. So again, we're 100%. Any other sector that looks interesting right now? Not really. I mean, there's no real strong sector other than energy right now. Of course, this can all change in a heartbeat, but right now, 10 minutes before the open, this is what we see. How's Rick doing? Did it hit that 470 mark yet? Okay, my issue with this one is that it's got a big float, 630 million in the float. And so to get it to really move, you're going to have to have a lot of enthusiasm about it. The problem I see is at 5. It's very close to 5 right now, and that could easily stall it. But again, it's up to you. Obviously, if it can take out this, I mean, last month it did get up to 550. And then after that, I mean, the next highs were way up here at 7. So again, these are longer term ideas, of course. They're not well, you can do anything you want, but typically they're not day trades. Well, nothing more to look at CASA other than will it take out that 200-day moving average, in a big way. 583, that's all. If you're in this one, that's all you're really waiting for to see if it can take out the 200-day moving average. I mean, obviously the news has been greeted very enthusiastically. Yeah, I did see that Nile also. Somebody else posted it, and I saw it was underneath $1. Big move, 22%, lots of volume. But it is, 74 million in the float for a sub $1 stock. That's a lot in the float. So it remains to be seen whether it can, keep moving. And it is, I guess it is an earnings play, April 15th market hours. Another reverse split for that DFFN. That's about the 100th. Kidding a little bit, but look at this. 1 for 50 reverse split. So that'll be effective, what, tomorrow? Yeah, it'll be effective, well, 5:59 after hours, but effective tomorrow. I always thought of this as being just a complete and utter garbage stock, but it has had its days. I think if I scroll back, yeah, I remember this month or day or whatever, it got up to about $11. Anyway, DFFN doing the 1 for 50 reverse split, so that's a mess. Boy, look at this. I mean, look at this iSign. I mean, it popped all the way up here, all the way up here on their news of earnings. 527, all the way back down. Shortable. Wow, it was shortable too. Ooh. I wonder if anybody took that short. When I say it's shortable, I mean it's shortable at Interactive Brokers, okay? There we go, guys. There it is. Just had my price alert set. See how that works? You set a price alert. If you minimize your price alert window, if it hits the price, the price alerts window is going to pop up on your screen. You cannot miss it. So we're still there though, 583, 584. So I'm going to reset it and see, wow, man, just take out 6 and look out. I mean, it's already up 50%, but as people start waking up and seeing the market today, it's just an option within, yeah, you have to do a fill outside real time RTH, allow pre-open. I mean, it's just an option. I mean, I can't tell you. I mean, I can't remember what the option is. I think if you go to GTC, right beside the limit price, right beside your limit price, it says GTC, and then there's an option, fill outside RTH, allow pre-open. Yeah, well, it's always a limit order anyway. Yes, I mean every brokerage it has to be a limit order. You can't go in at market, but This ENSV is still pretty strong, guys. This ENSV is strong. And again, that's not a big float, 11 million in the float. And of course, it's an energy play. And earnings after hours. What's the next high looking left is 335 on the daily chart, looks like. And again, if you're in this one, I mean, it just keep an eye on the volume. I mean, the volume is still strong for CASA. You know, that was the biggest volume bar right there so far. But this is not no slouch. I mean, it'll be the second biggest one after that announcement this morning, right around 8 o'clock for CASA. There we go. All right, let's stop fooling around. Let's put an alert around just over 6. Say 6:05. I mean, the news is legit. You know, I mean, that's a nice thing. And that float, boy, that float it's a great float. I mean, 30 million is not a lot. Almost. Come on, push it up. Okay, give me one moment, please. All right, guys, market's going to open in a little less than 2 minutes, a little over a minute from now. Just waiting on this CASA to see if it can really break through that 6 level. There's that green line right there is the 200-day moving average. The blue line is just a price alert that I set, I think around 605, and see if it takes it out. Okay, guys, yes, less than a minute. Well, okay, Chuck, I mean, a lot of it is the news, right? I mean, there's no absolute guarantee of anything, but you know, if you were up early enough, I mean, this happened at 8 o'clock. That's 5 o'clock my time, but it did happen at 8 o'clock, the news. And you know, you look at the news, you look at the volume that came in. I mean, it seemed to be completely legitimate news with Verizon, $40 million, et cetera, et cetera. And, you know, I mean, nothing. There's no guarantee that this was going to go up like it did, but you know, the news just looked pretty darn good. All right, guys, we're now open for business here. Wow, well, this is making my day, guys. Now, again, the next level, what did I say? 685? 685 was the next high looking left, I believe, on the monthly chart anyway. 650, no, 804, 703. Yeah, 685. So 685 is the next high in the monthly chart anyway, also in the weekly chart. So, all right, guys, I've taken some off here. I've taken some off. I mean, I took some off in this area already, but you know, I'm always a little wary of these whole numbers. I know it popped through, but but the volume is still great. Look at the volume. I mean, the volume is this will be the biggest volume bar for sure. It's only 9:31, so only a minute into this volume bar right here. Really hard to concentrate on anything else other than that CASA right now. All you need is one good one. Wow, there we go again. And I have some left, not a lot, as well. I have enough that if it takes out that 685. So we only had one little pullback here, right there at 815. One little pullback down to 5, and then from there. You know what else is still dropping is that ISUN. I think the ISUN went negative now. Bunch of nonsense. This is, look at this. I mean, it popped up. Imagine you chase this at 5, if they, okay, took out 5, let's see what happens. I mean, it had room. I mean, it did have some room. And would not surprise me if this goes negative. It's up, 9 cents from Friday's close. This is ISUN. Oh man. CASA just made a new high. It's even hitting, it's a little extended, but it's hitting the 10-day daily breakout now. So Mara, guys, Mara, Bitcoin play, of course, or blockchain, whatever you, crypto play, just Mara is, man, weak. What's Bitcoin doing? Actually, Bitcoin is starting to move a bit here, just a little bit. I think Mara had other news, though not necessarily today, but last week. All right, so the SPY is having the first 15-minute candle, first 15-minute candle anyway, is positive. So it was mildly negative just before the market opened. So let's take a look. NAS is just slightly up, Dow's a little bit up, and the SPY is up. All right, so TGTX is actually having a bounce here, guys. After their news this morning. All right, so JP Morgan chimes in this morning and maintaining coverage with a $20 price target, even though they've had the news that they were withdrawing from the BLA/SNDA, new drug application. But JP Morgan is pumping this one, saying, hey, we still maintain coverage with a $20 price target for TGTX. Okay, let's take a look at this frequency. Yeah, so it got up to, wow, 192 FREQ. Just looking for things that are kind of moving a bit. WTI, energy play, guys. WTI is strong right now. WTI, some volume coming in. And looking left, 462, 463. So, yeah, I mean, it's got some, I don't know, 485 is the next high looking left. So that's not too far away on the daily chart for WTI. By the way, Chuck, welcome to Trade Ideas, your first day. At around 10:20, I go over a few things. If you haven't looked at that 30-minute video first, I would take a look at that. Let me just quickly do that for you in case you haven't done this already. Yeah, I'm just going to show you. So if you click on my home page, okay, I just put the link in, click on my homepage link. And if you go to the education section right here, actually, no, I'm wrong. Let's get started. Getting started with trade ideas right here. Let's get started. Click on that. And it's about a 30, it's segmented. Now you don't have to, if you've already downloaded the program, then you don't have to do this, but 10 episodes, it's about 30 minutes long. Okay. Download an installation for startup and login, toolbar, right click magic. Okay. Great overview in 30 minutes about trade ideas. Okay. I would do that before you do anything else. Okay, just go to the education, just click on my homepage and you'll see, let's get started. All right, guys, let's see. GFI Goldfields, GFI. GFI is strong also. I'm just looking at a couple other little scans that I've got. So this upgrade by JP Morgan is obviously taking effect or having effect on TGTX. So even with the bad news this morning, but JP Morgan is really trying to say, hey, the news is bad, but we still think long term this could be, and this is what I'm talking about, okay? Right here, coverage with overweight and a target of 20. All right, MDVL through the 200-day, guys, through the 200-day moving average now. Okay, MDVL through that 200-day moving average. It's actually showing up on my 10-day daily breakout. Now, typically, I don't trade in the first 15 minutes. Let's see what happens here in this one, though. The longer it holds over that 200-day moving average. So I had a great day on Friday. I guess this was sort of, yeah, I actually can't remember why the pop on Friday, but I mean, it was 137, pretty good. I mean, it closed almost at the high of Friday, and now it's just a second, like a continuation. So if you're on a Mac, Chuck, I mean, there are ways if you're willing to do this. I mean, you know, a lot of people who work at, not myself, but a lot of people who work at Trade Ideas have Macs, and so they use an emulation program like Parallels or something like that, or Amazon Web Services, something like that. So you can take advantage of, you know, the PC app. The app is definitely more powerful than the web-based version. When I say powerful, I mean the real-time alerts are exactly the same. There's just more, you know, more options, easier to use. If you're willing to do something like that, I can give you a link. There goes MDVL, guys. Yeah, so this is a this is a podcast that was done by a couple of guys at Trade Ideas who actually have Macs. Okay. And there we go. Mike is saying he uses Parallels on a Mac with full version with no issues. We'll never have a Mac version. I just say that flat out. We'll never have a Mac version. So, all right, guys, I'm completely out of my casa now. Okay, and now I may revisit it if it takes out this area up here. Believe it or not, I had the alert 640. So, but I'm completely out of casa now. Just an awesome way to start the week. Now, Indo, I do have this thumbnail. That's why I see it. This is starting to move here. A lot of volume. Very risky, okay? Super, super risky. Look at that float, 1.8 million in the float. So if you're going to trade this, be awfully careful. The high on Friday was 27.75. What page are you talking about, Todd? You mean the trading room? You're not talking about my web page, or my homepage. My homepage is not on the Trade Ideas, you know, is not on the Trade Ideas website, if that's what you're talking about. Yeah, so it's not on the Trade Ideas website. You know, it's just something personally that I did. You come in the room, but once you have my link, you just save it. That's if you're talking about my channel, that's not it exactly, Todd. Okay, that's a very limited. I mean, if you want here, I mean, here's my homepage. You know, if you're looking for all the scans that I've got that I'm sharing, this is the link. Okay. Maybe a little confusing, but that channel is really just focused on this. Okay. But I'm sharing a lot of other scans, you know, including the 10-day daily breakout, nothing in the 10-day daily breakdown yet. Yeah, that OCGN, that's a miserable one. And it is not, oh, it is shortable, 1.2 million. So I know Real mentioned this one. I mean, they hype this thing many, many times. This, of course, was sort of an India COVID play. Now they've changed their focus to Mexico now. All right, guys. Let's see, anything else? There's IMTE, which can be very, very whippy. Let me just see. Again, there's that float for IMTE. It's trying to have a bit of a comeback today, but just be awfully careful with it. Obviously, again, with that 6.74 million in the float. Well, remember this? This is an IPO from last week. Just got absolutely. I mean, it was great for one day and awesome for one day. Up to $37, down to six right now, 640 right now. No, I've traded out of the MDF. I don't usually take trades in the first 30 minutes or first 15 minutes. And we'll make an exception every now and then. Usually it's on the ones in the 10-day daily breakdown, but I may get back into it if it takes out those highs again. Can you show when an alert trigger how to reactivate? Are you talking about a price alert on our price alerts KH? You're talking about this window here? You're talking about a price alert? Can you hear? Okay. Well, I mean, if you, okay, right there, I had an alert, so you can just go, this is not easy. I mean, it's a few steps. Just edit the price alert and I'll put it, you know, if I want to do this again, I just save it again. Okay, or have it, or I pick a different price. But if I wanted it to reactivate again at 605, where, and that's the last price alert, it's below it now, I can just save it again. Okay. So again, you just right click, edit, and if you want it to activate again at that price, you just save it and then you're done. Meanwhile, guys, my goodness, look at the TGTX on that JP Morgan upgrade or price target of 20, flying in the face of the bad news this morning. So we're gonna, a couple more here coming in the 10-day daily breakout, HNRG. Again, just because these are just ideas, right? Ideas. This is not get an alert, take the trade. You know, I look at this and I go, looks like there's, for me anyway, looks like there's too much resistance, not that far away for HNRG. I mean, it's in the right sector, obviously. Anything to do with energy right now. And this is an energy play, ES, I think. No, this is a SPAC. Sorry, this is a SPAC, ESSC. And who are they looking to acquire? All right, so this is social media. Okay, so, well, this, I'm sorry, this is the third, that's way back in December, sorry. Yeah, so I'm not sure I know who they're looking to buy or merge with. Playboy. It's not Playboy, but Playboy. Look at Playboy. PLBY. All-time low now for Playboy. This will not show up in the 10-day daily breakdown. Okay, now there's the castle right back up. I'm not in it anymore, but it's still relatively strong. I'm going to stick an alert around 640. See if it takes that out later on. Ah, man, that was a great alert here. Let me expand this just a little bit here. Playboy at 1066, 1041 right now. Not quite, and it's an all-time low. Whoa, there's the cat. I'm not in it yet. I might have to hop back in. I know it seems like a bit of a chase, but this is up to you guys. Understand, I'm not telling anybody to do what I do. I mean, if you look at this and you think, no, it's too extended, then it's fine. Now, I may be wrong about the HNRG. I mean, it's still strong. I just look at this. I think there's too much resistance not that far away, but that's on a monthly chart, around $6 or so. Boy, the biggest short today was iSun. If you could have got it up in this area, just underneath 5, look at this, and what a percentage move down for iSun. Lots of shares available too at Interactive Brokers. This is an all-time low now, iSun. So it had a big pop. Looks like they are reporting earnings, etc. And the market said, okay, briefly, yay. Actually, I'm looking at the MDVL again, see if it holds this 3 level. Maybe bases here a little bit and then starts to move off it. Ah, so now the ISUN just showed up on the 10-day daily breakdown. Now it's come from a long way up here, the ISUN. All right, so that first green bar, first 15-minute bar for the SPY was positive, green. Got all the way up here. Second bar is negative, so the NAS is now negative. Dow is, a little bit positive. SPY is basically flat. Just one moment, please. Boy, this CASA, guys, is it halted? No, it's not halted. It's just sitting at that price. Well, CASA hit in the pre-market, Orlando. I don't know. I mean, it was all over many, many momentum up. I've got the momentum up. In fact, the momentum up channel had CASA hitting at 9:30, but it was in the pre-market too. I mean, many alerts for CASA. If you go to my homepage, the other thing, well, it's not a crazy low float. The low float scanner that I got is, I think, maximum of 20 million as an example. But if you go to my homepage, okay, click on my homepage link. You go to the my scan section right here. It was all over here. The gap up, gap down, pre-market act is up and down. Okay, right there. That's what I use in the pre-market. CASA was all over it. I can't tell you, why it's what without knowing what your filters were, etc. I can't tell you why it's not showing up on your scans, but it's also showing up the momentum up. Okay, which is really just taken from the momentum channel. Yeah, you have to expand it. Okay, if you don't see the send that happened to somebody last week too. Whoops, you have to elongate it a bit. Okay, stretch it out. Okay, this is probably what you're seeing. Okay, so you have to stretch it out until you see that send. Let me stretch it out just a little bit more. Okay, you have to grab the right hand side and stretch it out. I'm not a big fan of this, but hey, I don't run the company. Okay, Blue Scorpion, okay. So are you saying you don't see send at all? When you expand it, you don't see send at all? If you don't see send at all, okay. So you have taken your Brokers Plus window. So you see these new buy and sell. You do see that. You do see the new buy and sell. Okay. And so you're telling me that even by expanding it way out, you don't have a send. I can't help you then. You're going to have to go to tech support. I have no idea why that would be. Okay. I helped somebody last week. It was exactly the same situation. They said, "How do I send an order?" And it was because they hadn't. If you don't see send, I don't know if there's any option here. Maybe show order entry. Let me see here. Here's show order entry. You see how I've got these things checked? Maybe show order buttons. So if you've got show order entry, show filters, and show order buttons all checked, you'll have exactly what I've got. Okay, I can't help you. Sorry, you're going to have to go to our Truth Tech Support. I have no idea why that is. Okay, so I'll give you their home page, and you can start a discussion. You can say you expanded it, and you still do not see a send button. All right, cold, K-O-L-D. This is, you want to short natural gas? MDVL is starting to come back, guys. MDVL is starting to come back a little bit here. Gets me maybe interested again. Little 3-bar pullback. Wow. So even though the bias at the beginning was to short this TGTX to see what happened once this market opened with the news, but what a bounce. What a bounce. Well, I can't chase it now, but TGTX obviously got a big gap. Kind of keeping an eye on the ISUN to see if it really has a bigger breakdown. You know, the trigger was 353 from a 10-day daily breakdown, but down to 347, all-time low now. Ooh, big drop in DWAC. It's looking, I have that one thumbnail. Active stock, of course. Pretty big drop from 50 down to 47. Wow, HNRG, are you going to make me look? Wow, took out 6 like nothing. Well, so far. Again, this is why I'm have it here. 950, the time, 565 was the alert. I just thought that 6 might stall it a lot more than it is now. Obviously, it's not stalling it. And it's just ripping here now. HNRG. Of course, it's an energy play. All depends, Orlando, all depends on the filters. I mean, I can't, if you use my pre-market actives up and down, I almost guarantee you'll see everything that's gapping up and down in the pre-market. Okay. I can't, I can't really comment on what you're using. Okay. But I would use, I mean, I've been using my pre-market actives up and down, basically the same format, excuse me, same filters, etc., for probably, I don't know, 8 years, 9 years, 10 years without any deviation. Because remember, there's the Veru. Now, is the Veru on the way up? No, on the way down. Okay. So remember, I mean, it's all about the filters, Orlando. Okay. You might think, well, why isn't this showing? Why isn't it? And I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room, wondering why something like CASA or any other stock, if it's not showing up, typically it means you've got a filter in there that is blocking it. And, just to put, sort of a final comment about it, I mean, you can see any stock gapping up or down. The problem is you can reduce the filter values, things like that. I mean, I can show you how you can see any single stock. The problem is though, when you start reducing filter values, like a relative value or maybe a minimum volume, things like that, you will see a lot of other stocks also that may not do, what a CASA is doing or some other stock that is ripping. So the problem is, yes, I mean, you'll always I can show you a way in which you can catch any move in any stock, but you might get information overload after that. So you may get 20 others that don't do it, and you'll lose sight of the one that you really wanted to see. Well, the Veru guys is really getting kicked now. Yeah, we got some bottoming tails, little topping tails for the CASA, some bottoming tails also. So, right now, a little uncertainty about direction, but we do have these bottoming tails, but we do have the topping tails. So, I mean, it got up to what, 650 or so, but that's a little wee pullback here on the 5-minute chart. And as always, I mean, if you get some volume, if you get a big volume burst on the 5-minute, but look how the volume is starting to dwindle on the 2-minute chart, certainly on the 5-minute chart, obviously on the 15. All right, guys. Well, there goes the CASA. How you trade it will be up to you, but there goes the CASA. And again, the next high looking left is 685 on the monthly. Well, I just named it Momo Up. Okay, Orlando. I mean, if you want my, again, just go to my, just go to my homepage, go to the scan section, and you'll see Momo Up, okay, and also Momo Down. The Momo Up is virtually the same as what's in the toolbar. In fact, I think it's exactly, I just called it Momo Up, okay? In this momentum channel, they are not looking at ones that are going down, so, okay, it just says, it's called momentum, but if you look at it, you know, it's virtually the same. Look at CASA now, guys. So again, I'll just show you what I'm talking about. If you go click on my homepage link, and when you do, here are my scans that I'm sharing. Okay, now this is called Momo. Okay, and it's exactly the same as the one on the channel. I just, you know, because I want to see the ones moving down also, I just created, so don't get hung up on the fact that I'm calling this Momo Up. Okay, this is virtually, it's exactly the same as this one. Okay. The other thing too is what I did on this one for me is I only want to see the first time, you know, it alerted. So I put something called don't repeat on this. So, but if you look at either from the channel or from my scan that I call Momo, you'll see it repeated over and over and over again. All right. I like to put a don't repeat. So I only see the first time it alerted, so I can kind of go back and say, okay, what did it do from that first alert? You know, we had the CAS alert right at 9:30 at 6:24. What has it done from there? Obviously, it's done, you know, still pretty well, even though it already had been up a lot. But that's just a personal preference. You don't have to do the same thing. It's like the same thing here is that don't repeat. Okay, so that's the first alert for HNRG in this window at 9:55, 580. I can sort of see, okay, what has it done from that first alert? I still have some interest in this MDVL. You know, it's still through that 200-day moving average. The reason being, of course, is when you look left, I mean, on the weekly chart, let's take a look left on the weekly chart. What do we see? 305, 331, 346. So, you know, that 331, but man, I mean, if it could ever really get going, I mean, look at the potential void fill. All right, guys, I'm just looking at some of my thumbnail charts, seeing if there's anything interesting. EVGO, let's take a look at EVGO. EVGO on the way down here. FRGE, let's take a look at FRGE from Zach. Yeah, good action here. So this is thought it was a SPAC still, but I guess it is not. So I guess I think this was a SPAC, it turned into FRGE last month. So it's having a nice, definitely having a great little run here. Not a low float. If our float information is correct, 107 million, certainly not a low float. All right, how is the trade of the week doing? RIG, R-I-G. Yeah, okay, so it did trigger 470, but it has pulled back. So how you trade it is up to you. The trigger was 470. I wasn't in love with it just because of a couple of things. The float, 630 million in the float. Excuse me. Also, I thought that that 5 level might be a little too close, but no, I certainly was wrong about the HRNG. So we'll see. All right, everybody, it is just about 10:20 now. So typically this is when I talk a little bit about trade ideas in general. So if you're new to the room, welcome to the room. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 8 a.m. and 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time, sharing my screen and live on the mic. And I've been talking about my homepage. There is a ton of information on my homepage. So you can save my link. I'm going to go over the information that you'll see on my homepage. So when you click on my link, so this is what you're going to see. So we do have a promotional code on, or a promo code on right now. I believe it expires tomorrow night, 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time. So it's Easter 20. That's the promo code to use. You click on Get Trade Ideas, and there are 4 plans: an annual, monthly, premium, and standard. Okay. And there are the prices. So 2,000 less than 20%, 1,000 less than 20%. Now, you don't have to go annual. In fact, do not take out an annual subscription unless you absolutely know you want this program. All right. I would start off with a monthly. Standard is 118, premium is 228, less than 20% for the first month only. So if you maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you'd pay going forward, which is fine. No, you don't have to take on an annual at any time. But if you do decide that you want to upgrade to an annual, and you do it within 30 days, we will honor that 20% discount. Okay. Now, if you are brand new to Trade Ideas, the first thing I absolutely recommend you do is click on this Let's Get Started. And it'll take you about 30 minutes to go through this. Starts off with the download and installation, okay, startup and login. So it'll take you about 30 minutes to go through all this. Please do that before you do anything else. Now, there are 3 free sections on my homepage. The trade of the week, which we already talked about, is RIG this week, RIG, sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. Wonder what my stock of the day video is going to be. I do one at noon Eastern. And then all of the education is here. So if you click here, so if you've already taken that, if you've done the 30 minutes, now you can go to the user guide. You click on the user guide. And the user guide is segmented. So if you want to learn more in depth about alert windows and top list windows, how to create sound alerts, price alerts, things like that, want a little more information about the stock racing. So it's all here. And if you click on full table of contents, this is all searchable. All right. So very great. It's an excellent user guide. You're wondering, do they have this or that? You just click at it. You just go to the question, type it in and search. There's that getting started again. Kind of bypass. I mean, you can take a look at the 20 introductory lessons, but I really think that the introduction, the 30-minute video is a lot better. But you can also take a look at this. Very briefly describes, what is a top list, how to build a top list, alert windows, etc. So daily support session. So I also moderate a YouTube room at the same time as the main room. I take a break at around noon, between 12 and 1. And one of the other traders takes over in our YouTube room. I'm not sure who it's going to be today. It could be Chris. Now, before I do take a break, I will put the YouTube link in if you want to head over there for that hour that I'm on my break. And then Chris is there between 3:30 and 4:30. Okay, in our YouTube room. And that's Monday to Friday. Daily webinars. So this week we're on the Tuesday, Thursday rotation. Last week it was Monday, Wednesday. But you can sign up for them all right here. And if you're brand new to trading, a great little video series that Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put together. It starts off with what is a stock? So this is all free. So a lot of information here, but let's get started. Of course, in my scans, the education and my scans. So if you want my scans, here they are. This is what I use in the pre-market. Mainly the pre-market act is up and down. The gap up and down does work, but I mean, this is really what I use in the pre-market. I've been doing the same thing for years. So again, a lot of information here in these two sections, plus the getting started. So if you save my link, then you can look at this anytime you want. Okay. Meanwhile, it does pay to read. I didn't do it, but I mean, the TGTX off that JP Morgan price target of 20 is really helping it. As an understatement. And you know what? This is even a great little break out of consolidation on the 2-minute chart. Wow. And the CASA is still, excuse me. And the CASA is still hanging around this area. I mean, it's still got room. 685 takes out that 685. If it can do that, it still has room. I mean, it's a great press release today. That's what it's all about. So we do read the news. Some news, of course, affects the stock a lot more than others. And this was a great press release. And this happened in the pre-market right at 8 o'clock. They came out with that news right around 8 o'clock. All right, I want to talk a little bit about this window that you see here called Brokerage Plus. This is this big blue window. It is called Brokerage. We call it Brokerage Plus. Actually, I'm getting ahead of myself. So what is Trade Ideas? We're a scanner. I mean, for those of you who are new, I mean, that's what we do. We scan the US stock market. Doesn't matter who your broker is, doesn't matter where you live in the world, you can use Trade Ideas. Okay. Now, I shared a lot of if you went to my homepage link and you go to the scan section, you'll see I'm sharing a lot of scans. We also have a lot of scans here. If you click from our toolbar, click on New, and then Dock Channel Bar. All of these channels are theme-based. So I always like to show the momentum channel. A lot of people like to see the momentum channel because those are the stocks that are usually moving the best. I shouldn't say the best. They're volatile. You got to be careful, you know, how you trade them and all, but they're certainly the most active stocks. So now I'm sharing this one. I am sharing this one in on my homepage, but you know, if you could also get it right from here. You just load it or save it to the cloud. Just like my scans, if you loaded one of my scans, or if you looked at this scan and you right click, configure, summary, you'll see what it's looking for. These are the filters that are in place. This is what the stock is this is what the scan is looking for. So if these filter requirements are met and a stock makes a new high for the day, that's when we get the real-time alert. Now, if I'd loaded this at 9:30, you would have seen CASA over and over and over again. Excuse me. Now, if you don't like the price range, for instance, if you saw right here, it says between 1 and 50. If I click on the icon, you know, I can change it. Maybe I want it between 10 and 100. Or I could, you know, make a change in the volume. It's up to you. If you like it as it is, then fine. You can save it to the cloud, or you can, you know, modify it a little bit if that's what you want to do. If I say okay right now, see how it's changed between 10 and 100. Say okay. And now I can save this to the cloud. What I'm really trying to show you is that you can go to the different channels and start extracting scans that we have created and save them to the cloud. Then you can bring them back one by one and thereby creating a layout of scans that we have created for you. So you don't have to know how to create a scan from scratch if you don't want to do that. Now, another word about this, if I leave this channel and I come back, the change I just made is not saved. The reason being is that the channels are for everybody. So the fact you want to make a change to something doesn't necessarily mean that that's what everybody else wants, okay? Just so you know. But typically, it's not so much, you know, watching every single window from within the channel. It's usually you're focused on one or two, and you can save them to the cloud. Now, of course, if you want to build your own scans, you can. If I right click on an alert window, configure, and then search. When you see these icons, these are all of the alert icons. And when it changes to these icons, these are the filter icons. So again, listen carefully. You don't have to learn them all. What we did as a company is we said most people, or we thought most people do not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create their scans, if they want to create their own scans. So we thought, okay, what we'll do is we'll create what we consider enough alerts and filters. So for the majority of our customers, they can combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. Obviously, you don't have to learn them all. So don't get hung up on that. That's one of the questions we get. Well, there's so many alerts and filters. How am I supposed to learn them all? You don't have to. No, David, if they can't help you, I cannot. I know, I think I know what you're talking about, and no, I haven't. I have not. Talking to David in our tech support area. Now, again, what I'm going over here, I'm not trying to teach anybody how to, you know, all the ins and outs of using Trade Ideas. I mean, you know, that you have to go to the guide, you know, to familiarize yourself what alert windows are, what top list windows are, and things like that. Okay, I'm just giving a very brief overview, but definitely watch the getting started, the let's get started, and then go to the user guide, and it's all in sections, so you can take a look in a lot more depth in that user guide. Now I can talk about this window called Brokerage Plus. Okay, I did put the Brokerage Plus link in. So there are two videos in that Brokerage Plus link. There is a short video. If you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, it shows you how you can actually use this window to trade from within Trade Ideas if you have one of those two brokerage accounts. Okay. The second video goes into a lot more detail about how you can use this window. Now, but listen carefully, if you don't have an Interactive Broker or E-Trade account, it doesn't mean you can't use Trade Ideas. It just means you don't have access to this feature. That's all it means, okay? We're a scanner. It doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use Trade Ideas. It's just that this feature will not be available. Also, it's only available if you're using our app. If you're using our web-based version, this is not available. Now, how I really like to demonstrate it, though, is using it as a simulator. Because again, if you're new to trading, or even if you're, you've been using Trade Ideas for a while, and you want to test a new strategy, perhaps, use our simulator. It uses our real-time data. Doesn't matter who your broker is. You just, oh, no. Ugly. Give me a moment. I'm in a development version, so they're always checking for little bugs here and there. So again, it doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use Trade Ideas. So don't get hung up. When I say hung up, it's just that we get so many people say, well, I don't have an E-Trade account. I don't have an Interactive Brokers account. Does that mean I can't use Trade Ideas? And no. It just means you can't use this feature. But even if you have an IB or E-Trade account, doesn't mean you have to use this. But again, I like to demonstrate its use as a simulator. If you're new to trading, or you have you've got a strategy that you might want to test out, use our simulator. Our simulator uses our real-time data. Okay, so you don't even need a broker. All you need is our standard service. And I say you don't even need a broker because if you're new, you may not know who you may not have decided who your broker is going to be. So it doesn't matter. Uses our real-time data, and you can practice trading. I can't emphasize enough to practice trading before you commit money to the market. Okay. It's very simple to do. What you'll see is it'll say not connected. You just click on the SIM, and then it'll change to account. Click on that, and then simulated trading default. Now, if you don't see a send, even though can't remember who it was in our Blue Scorpion says he still can't see it. If you have, this is all in our latest beta. Okay. Now, I would encourage you to download the latest beta. Real-time data, of course, now real-time charts, also starting at 4 o'clock in the morning Eastern time. Okay. So those are the big improvements. You'll also see this will, in Brokerage Plus, this is the new buy sell. If you don't see the send, then typically it means that because before, your Brokerage Plus window was a certain width. Rabbit. Here we go. So your Brokerage Plus window could have maybe only been this wide, and that was fine because we just had a big buy and sell. You have to expand it in order to see this send button. Okay, this send button. So let me just show you how you can do something here with this Brokerage Plus window in simulation mode. Let's just say I wanted to take this MDVL. Okay, and I want to take it on a pullback though. maybe a pullback to, I don't know. I mean, I'm not saying this is what I would do, but I'm just trying to show you the mechanics of how we do this. When I clicked on MDVL, the symbol shows up. Okay. I will pick how many shares I want to do this. Oops. Say 300 shares. I want to go now. If I want to take this on a pullback, I don't want to take the trade right now, but I want to take it, say if it pulls back to, I don't know, say 280. I click on this down arrow, I click on the stop limit. Now I'm going to type 280 in both of these boxes. Okay, I'm going to click the buy button. Now, and here's the step. This is telling me green. Okay, that means you want to buy it, as opposed if I were trying to short it, this would be red. And now it's just an extra step. Send it. You can see how there's a blue line that shows up on the chart. Yeah, Freddie, it is available. So just give me a moment and just ask. Somebody's asking about the beta version, this new version. So let me just put my homepage link in. Again, if you want the latest beta version, okay, of Trade Ideas, if you click on my homepage link, okay, scroll to the top where it says download, click on the download button. And this is sort of the latest production version, but go past that. Here it is, the beta. And again, the charts now are truly real-time charts. And also the charts will start at 4 in the morning Eastern time. Okay, that's been something that people have been wanting for a long time. Not me. I'm in a time zone that I don't care, but hey, people around the world though, and if you're in the East Coast, obviously maybe 4 a.m. if that's when you want to get up, then you can do it. And then also you'll have this new look with Brokerage Plus. And I'll say I'm not a big fan of it. I like just the big buy and sell buttons, but and you can get a little more fancy, here with the stop losses and all here in this little bracket. With that, just practice with it. So again, if MDVL comes down to this level of what did I put at 280, it'll take the trade. So just go click on my homepage link. Just click on my homepage link, and when you do, this is what you'll see. Okay, when you click on my homepage link, you might just scroll up to it says download. Click on the download, and then scroll down past the production version, and right here. Okay, the beta. PASA is still alive, guys. It's still alive. Boy, look at this spacing right here. We get some, that's a fantastic base right here on the 5-minute chart. And if we get some volume to push it through again, I mean, it could still. Hey, what is happening? I'm just looking at some of my other thumbnail charts. Still keeping an eye on the iSun. All right, now I'll start looking at some of Zach's plays from the topping plays and the bounce plays. I know I looked at QS. I do see that QS really had a nice bounce from 1687. I typically don't look at these until the afternoon. There's enough other stuff happening that. Again, if you're wonder why we're not talking more about this NTUS, this is a buyout. They're taking this company's taking this one private, NTUS. All right, so now listen, on the MVVL, I mean, I just showing you the mechanics of this, right? It took the trade, right? Yeah, I did take the trade. So it got down to 280. It took the trade. Now, at some point, if I didn't really want to take it, I know I put this in, just to show you the mechanics of how you can do this. It took the trade, but at some point, if I thought, you know what, I really don't want to do it anymore, I would have just had to go to the orders and I would just right click. Okay, I would have right clicked and it would have said cancel order. I would have had the ability to cancel the order if I wanted to. Okay. Obviously, just because you put in a conditional buy order, you don't have to, if you don't like it anymore, you can always cancel out. I'll leave it in just to see what happens. I mean, again, this is just the mechanics. Would I've done this normally? No. I mean, the VWAP is there at 307, 200 day is 308. So I would not have done this, but again, just to show you how you can do something like that. Let's do the reverse with the CASA. Let's say I wanted to take this trade if it broke out to the high of the day, 690. Okay, in the simulator. So again, I pick how many shares I want. Let's do 400 shares. Okay, and I'm going to put 690 in both of these boxes here. Click the buy button and then the send. Okay, so the blue line will appear. Now we may not be able to see, we have to see it on the monthly chart. We'll see it up here. There we are. So there it is on the weekly chart and the monthly chart. So again, the same thing though. If I didn't want to do it anymore, I just go to the orders and I right click and then I've got cancel order to buy. Okay. So again, practice in it. Okay. Practice, practice, practice. If you can't make money, oh, I see. If you can't make money in the simulator, forget about trying to make money with your like a live account. Unfortunately, if you can make money in the simulator, no guarantee you'll be able to make money once you start trading live. Okay. Not trying to dissuade people, but trading is not easy. A lot of emotion comes into it once you're actually connected to your account and trading. I'll go over stops and things like that in a bit. Take a break from the spiel. Meanwhile, what is the market doing? So the market, actually everything is up right now. Okay, the NAS is up, Dow's up, and SPY's up. So there was no disconnect. Yeah, I saw somebody post something about Ader earlier. Now coming into the 200-day moving average, 608. And so broke through the VWAP, 556. And super active stock. Last 2 days, a lot of excitement, but a big sell-off. There's these topping tails on the daily chart. Remember what they mean. It means that at one point the buyer, the stock was up to this price, then it closed quite a bit lower on a percentage basis. The next day, that's Thursday, Friday was the holiday, of course. Same sort of thing happened. They actually have Agri thumbnailed. Let's see what it's doing. AGRI. Yeah, it's moving, definitely moving. Next high looking left is 330. So yeah, I mean, there's room if it can take out 3. All right, guys. So things have, and there's the Arcadia. So, these are these seed stocks. Okay. So Agri, Arcadia, RKDA, they are moving. Well, this is a TNP. TNP, of course, energy deep sea. Okay, so it's a transportation stock. Next high over here is 1081. So it's had a great month. It is basically about 50% increase over the month. And it still has some room if you look at the monthly chart. 1590 is the next high looking left. Again, when I say that, I'm not saying it's going to get there, but you can just sort of see that if it continues, it still has a little bit of a gap to fill. Yeah, be careful in the CASA now, guys. I mean, how you trade this is up to you, but I mean, it's starting to definitely weaken somewhat here. I mean, if it really took out this, this area here, the 650 for a while anyway, that could be it. For those of you who follow this one, GME getting rocked a little bit today. This guy is really trying to prop up the shares. About another 61,000 is Bill Pulte, but falling in deaf ears right now. No, 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 no. In simulation mode, you don't need IB or E-Trade. You don't need a broker at all, Willowpuff. You don't need a broker at all. It's using our real-time data. You only need IB or E-Trade if you want to actually trade your account using this. But if you're in simulation mode, you don't even need a broker. Okay? Well, ISUN is just a snoozer right now, not doing anything at all. I mentioned this WTI a little bit earlier today. Again, an energy play. Well, here's a case in which the decreasing volume, TGTX, really didn't affect it too much. I mean, but it's not moving higher, but it's certainly not decreasing. TGTX. I mean, listen, I'd be watching this. Maybe if it takes out 714, I'd like to see it do it on some volume. That $20 price target by JP Morgan, certainly has helped this stock crawl off the bottom. The bottom was around $5 this morning. So it is tacked on $2, which is, a tremendous percentage move. So the JP Morgan. Meanwhile, Wainwright is losses as Wainwright slashes target on the setback. So I mean, who holds more weight, JP Morgan or Wainwright? Well, you tell me. Yeah, so Casa took out that 650 mark. So that could be ominous now, guys. All right, Blue Scorpion. Yeah, I see I see what you're saying. It's amazing. That's amazing. You don't see the send button. And you kept expanding it, and you still can't see it. I see the screenshot that you sent. That is very weird. I'm not sure how they're going to help you. See how this trader's eye is doing here. So if you're new to this, this is the guys are mainly, I would say it's mainly Steve and Andy put this together. I think Michael has some input. Chris has some input. And what they're doing is they're trying to, these are longer term plays. They're not really for me. I mean, when I say that, I mean they're not my style of trading, but these are longer term trades. So the OK, and obviously the focus right now, of course, I mean there's a gold play, but these other three are all energy plays. Well, at least you've got that. Not like you need any help. Zach mentioned this ESSC earlier. Am I watching it? I'm sort of am. I mean, somebody asked, am I watching Ader? I mean, somebody pointed it out earlier. I mean, it's again, it's at right at the 200-day moving average, 608. So if it can break that, I guess next high looking left, that was Thursday's high, was 655. Really? The noise canceling didn't, interesting. It is on. Really? Interesting. How about this? Hammering on my desk right now. I understand you heard the dog, but how about hammering on my desk? Okay. Well, maybe it's not absolutely foolproof. I don't know. I can't. It's on, but I think it works pretty well for most situations. CVM. What is CVM doing? CVM. Ah, this one. So what Real is talking about with the CASA is the VWAP Touch 621. Now I know we use pre-market data, but I don't know what your VWAP was, but the San Juan Basin, yeah, this SJT. Wow, what a great 2-year range this one is in now. Another again, yeah, obviously it's an energy play. Okay, Chris, it is you today. Okay, so yeah, so at noon, in about an hour from now, I'll be taking my break. It'll be Chris Varley in our YouTube room between 12 and 1. He just confirmed it. He was late last week. Yeah, guys, keep an eye on this TGTX. I mean, if we get some volume here, I mean, this is really basing nicely just over 7 with that JP Morgan. I know I keep talking about it, but I mean, the JP Morgan $20 price target obviously has helped immensely. And, the longer it holds over 7, I'd love to see like a big volume push, get a volume bar. Ah, hey, listen, Ader, you're right. Ader is really now it's approaching Thursday's high, 655. Is now through the VWAP. I'm sorry, through the 200-day moving average, 608. But you're chasing it now. There's no specific news. Okay, there is, I guess, I don't know who Anton von Ruden is, but that is the news this morning for ATER. Picks a seasoned industry expert for the COO role. Okay, so I mean there's the news. That was early this morning. No real reaction till the market opened. Oh, keep an eye on the CASA still. Still have the simulated order at 690 that pops through. Now, if I want to get out of a trade, here I'm in this simulator, right? MDVL. If I want to get out of a trade, I just highlight it and then I can click flatten. That'll get me out of the trade. I can get out of half my trade or I can double my position. I know there's some more hotkeys coming, but these are the hotkeys we have right now. Be Big is back. Well, I know Be Big is actually an earnings play, such as it is. Oh, okay, that's the news. Okay, so Iconic. I think this has been announced before. Maybe not. I see on the 16th. What are we now? The 18th. So on the 16th. Okay, so they released that. I don't know if that's the first time that they released who they're going to be merging with, and and here again, $2.5 billion deal. Green mobility, technology, etc., smart passenger vehicle. So what will be the symbol? Will it be NWTN? Now understand, this is the announcement. Okay, this can take a long time before it actually happens. Okay. Now, when I say a long time, I don't know how long that's going to be, but the board of directors have approved it, et cetera, et cetera. So anyway, so that is the news. So that is the reason for the ESSC moving higher. Morning, William. All right, guys. Well, there is the TGTX. It just took out that little area. Let's see if it can. Not. I don't see a big volume thrust though, but a little bit of volume here in the 2 minute. Like to see a volume bar like that though. All right, just taking a look at Zach's scans, not seeing anything new from last one was 1046. That's the last alert that I had. Keep an eye on the TGTX, guys. I know it had a little spike through that price alert that I had. Just waiting to see though if we get some more volume coming in. I mean, that's a great little consolidation right now on the TGTX. Meanwhile, the ESSC just making another new high. NKTR. Yeah, so it's interesting. I mean, it's not showing up on my 10-day daily breakdown because the relative volume is not high enough. Got to be 8 in that filter, so it's not showing up there. Interesting because I mean the NSSC, I mean it did have a little bit of movement in the pre-market, not much though. It took for the market to really open to have it really accelerate on that news. Me too, PJ. I often wonder when I see a Goldman involved in anything really $20 and under. Doesn't mean I didn't take it real. When you posted that, I did see it, of course, but I mean, I had realized that it was down. Believe it or not, I do stuff completely on my own. Well, I'm just watching this TGTX to see how well it holds the 7 level. It's a little bit of a crack here. I don't think I've ever seen this one before. Dino, Dino. I guess this was an IPO or a spinoff or something. I don't really recall seeing it before. Last month. The reason I'm seeing it, it's showing up in Zach's topping tail. And lots of shares available to short, 2.4 million at Interactive Brokers. Interesting. I mean, you would think that 40 would stall it. I mean, a lot of action right at 40. All right, TGTX trying to reclaim 7 here. I know I'm somewhat fixated on it, but All right, CVM just showed up. Yeah, CVM just showed up on Zach's topping tail scan. These are potential shorts. You know, for me to get interested in this one, I probably would have to take out 4 again. Actually, perfect circle, the exact opposite. The more shorts, the merrier. That means more people can join in. The question The question I had from our YouTube, that's just me anyway. I mean, the more shares available equals the less you feel confident shorting it. No, the exact opposite. I mean, doesn't that make sense? If more people can short it, that means, that means more people can take part in shorting it, thereby, driving the price down. I mean, it doesn't always work that way, of course, but if a stock has few shorts available, then you're not going to get that downward pressure from shorting. That's how I look at it anyway. All right, guys, TGTX is regaining that 7 level. Yeah, well, I think exactly the opposite. Perfect. So, and others in the room, other room chimed in and thought the same way. So, hey, listen, you may be right, but I look at it this way: the more shorts available, the better. If you're trying to short something. All right, guys, this target TGTX looks. Yeah, again, you do what you have to do what you have to do, but look at the volume starting to pick up here. Volume starting to pick up on the 5-minute. Yeah, GME is really getting hit. That's returns come to a halt. It's today, right? You guys in the States, that's your last day to file. Often wondered why we're different in Canada. We're at the end of the month. You guys are the mid-month of April. That's not, that can't be fun, Jado. Ugh. All right, guys. So what is the SPY? Yeah, so the SPY is now starting to drift down a little bit here. Now all the indices, SPY's down, Dow's down, NAS is down. Take a look at NewScan, NUS. Now, I don't know what was going on here. Looked like it flatlined on Thursday, sorry. And right at the 200-day moving average now, as Real was pointing out, 48.26, 48.45. I haven't looked at Twitter at all. TWTR, let's take a look at Twitter. You guys are, of course, talking about it. I hear it's in the news recently. All right, guys, I haven't had a new alert for a while, so things have really slowed down. Now there's the CVM. That was from Zach's topping tail. Underneath, well, I call it the topping tail, but topping plays. These are potential shorts, CVM. Again, one of the scans I'm sharing, the bounce plays and also the topping plays. No halts or zooms today. Interesting, none today. All right, guys, I've taken a little loss on the TGTX. Okay, I was hoping really that it would really pop through that 715. So I took about a 6 cent loss on the TGTX. Now I'm watching it as it gets back down to $7. Well, GME obviously is getting hit here today, but as I've said a million times, nothing surprises me about this stock. All of a sudden, I'm not saying today, I'm not saying it'll ever happen, but we all know that this has such a crazy following. Not a ton of volume, 1.36 relative volume, so it's not like there's a ton of volume driving this down. MULN guys had a lot of action in the pre-market. Shoot, it's not shortable. I thought it was shortable earlier. MULN, a lot of action in the pre-market, but again, much ado about nothing for this one. Not shortable for me now. Hmm. This PGTX is so intriguing to me. Well, let's reset my price alert up around maybe 717. See if it takes it out again. I mean, it's great base on the 15. All right, I don't think we're going to see a huge difference, but let's just take a look at the sector status bar now. I'm sure energy is probably still the only one that is doing anything on the plus side. Yeah, so still 80%. So remember, when we looked at this 10 minutes before the market opened, 100% of them were up, but now only 80% of them are up from Thursday's close. There's no technology starting to creep back up a little bit. 60% of them are above Thursday's close. So tech is, not bad. And what you're looking at here, these are the major sectors. All right, guys, I'm just going to take a look at some emails, perhaps internal chatter, see if there's anything interesting going on. Right now, again, I have no new alerts for a while. How did that Dino do? 39.50. Yeah, Zach, I'm losing interest quickly. However, we all know that something can happen in the afternoon. We all know that. So, but I'm losing interest pretty quickly right now. The CVM is, hmm. And Mac Daddy, why would you say that? Just responding to somebody in our YouTube room. Yeah, the CVM did not really take out four in a big way, so I held off. I'm glad I did. LWLG, LWLG. I saw that ticker somewhere. I don't know why. Lightwave Logic. Okay. Wow, it's got some room. Monthly charts 17, weekly chart 13, 14. So it does have some room. Not a low float. Is there any news on this one? Don't see any news for today. Big float too, 110 million in the float. So that's a pretty nice move from 11 almost up to 1180 with that float. This is not showing up on any of my scans. More than likely won't show up in here because my relative volume is it's not high enough. Wow, CVM is just ripping now. Look at the volume that came in. I was all set to press that sell button. VIGL, VIGL, let's see, I don't see this one showing up. Also, again, the volumes, relative volume's too light, but some volume did come in. Alzheimer's article, okay. Well, ugly spread, and it's not trading very much, only 53,000 shares, so yeah. Wow, how ugly is this one now? Space, almost an all-time low. SPCE, space. Wow. Remember a few months, well, not a few months ago, I guess last year, a little over a year ago, way up to $64. Nonsense. All right, guys. So as I'm getting set to take my break in about 20 minutes from now, I am going to keep watching this TGTX. It got stopped out for about a 6 cent loss, but it's still basing so well. I want to see if it just gets some volume and pops it through here. Okay, guys, I'll be right back. All right, guys. So I wandered downstairs and I kept hearing CVM, CVM, CVM over and over. Yeah, look at this. A lot of volume coming in. A lot of volume coming in. Wow, CVM guys, just ripping here now. All right, guys, I mean, I gotta take a look at this. I didn't see any news on this one. Okay, now I see the news. I don't know if I saw this earlier about CVM. So there, that news is 9:15 from Interactive Brokers. Use private call to tip off select investors. Okay, fine. Well, enjoy it while we can. I'm not in it, but I mean, enjoy it while you can, because if, you know, if this is not, if this is true, if this is absolutely true, hmm. A moment, please, guys. I am going to load something. You know, I haven't been really paying that much attention to my option scanner. I think I'll start paying a little more attention to it again. I don't know what time I don't know when the first alert for CVM happened. I'm sure it was earlier than 11:45 though. Boy, CVM, wow, wow, wow. I mean, this is just, and it's not a crazy low float, 41 million in the float, so it's not crazy low, but just absolutely rippage here. Meanwhile, Mara and Riot are just getting pummeled. Look at the market too. Okay, thank you. So you're talking about my option scanner, okay? Yeah, I haven't been really paying that much attention to it the last little while. I didn't seem to get some great alerts after having a strong 3 or 4 months. So I think what I'll do is I'll have it up and running again and see what happens. Especially now that we're getting into earnings season in a big way. It could, I mean, yeah, I mean, this just can't keep going. I mean, if those news reports, I mean, those are pretty damning news reports. I mean, if truly that's what happened regarding CVM. All right, well, where is the next high looking left on that monthly chart? You know, who knows? It's way earlier. I'm sorry, I've got the wrong symbol up. CVM. Excuse me. Boy, I was this close to shorting this. No, I would have had a stop in place, but I was this close to shorting it just underneath that 4 level. Okay, let's take a look left. 594 is the next high looking left on the monthly chart. Looks like we've got some, yeah, I mean, believe it or not, it still has room. Not saying it's going to get there, of course, but
Mr. Barry, can you hear me? How about you folks in the channel in YouTube? Can you folks hear me? Okie dokie. All right, Barry, I'll share my screen and you're good to go. I'll see you in an hour. Odd that I can't hear you. All right, folks, so happy Monday to everybody. We've got some races that are going on here. Another fun-filled day in the market, it looks like. Gap down, reverse, move back up, move back down, move back up, move back down. Much of the same as what we've had. So I got a chart of GNK up here. Not crazy on the volume or anything like that, but a strong chart overall. Nice trend, pullback, trend, a pullback, and starting to make its way up again here. Again, I was talking last week a little bit about Elliott wave, and here's a great Elliott wave right here going on. So the first wave, there's your second wave, third wave, fourth wave, fifth wave. Although, technically speaking, that third wave can't be the smallest. So if this were to continue, we'd have to zoom back out and change that wave. But interesting stuff, Elliott wave. So if you folks have any questions, fire those away for me here. As per usual, on the noon Easterns, we don't have any pre-done content for you. Just coming in and spitballing some different ideas, things that we've been watching, doing, answer your questions here on any kind of scanning, things of that nature. So, all right, I can see I'm getting the silent treatment in here from everybody. I just click around on some stuff. So SD here, really solid day from that. This thing has really made a move over the last couple of months here. So, we take a look here, back through December and January, pretty flat around that $10 level. We've now doubled since then in a couple of months. So not too shabby of a move off of that. And some really good, and no worries. I'm just teasing. Sometimes it's hard for me to get the temperature of the room. That's all, what direction people want to go or conversations we want to have, and how tied up everybody is with their own items. But, back on SD here, definitely some good trading ranges and days that are in here to look at. Especially, natural gas, oil, all that kind of stuff right here. And we know how strong that's been. I think a good reflection of this stock is the XOP. Very, very similar charts actually looking right there. And again, the XOP is taking out multi-year highs right now. And pretty big time, I'd say, right now as far as that goes. We look back here, what's this, 2018. All right, so we're moving into 2018 territory highs all the way back here, and gets up and through those areas. I mean, no telling what happens with energy, but that's really, really significant. And in all honesty, that's not that far-fetched at this point, as far as resistance goes anyways. Microsoft, sure. Let's take a look at Microsoft. Interesting. I have that line on the chart where it's at on this weekly chart. Very interesting. We can see here, danced around this level for a couple of weeks, came down and tested it, pushed up through, came down and tested it, pushed back through, came down and tested it, and we're testing it again. So I'd say this 280 level, give or take, 275 level is fairly significant. And we can start there. Let's move back into a daily time frame. Get rid of those drawings, drill back down in a little bit. So, weak. I think that's illustrated right here also with Qs. Back below this 350 level, the Qs, they keep pounding on lower resistance here, or lower supports. And that 316 level, that looks like it's very much in play right now, especially with the way things are setting up with this shooting star candle happening here today. There's really not much to stop. If it doesn't hold, if it can't get back above any of these levels up in here, there's really nothing to stop it from heading right back down here right now. That's not at all far-fetched. And I think Microsoft has no edge in anything going on right now. I don't think earnings are going to save anything for the time being. I have turned off all news sources coming into me. So I honestly, you could tell me that, you could tell me anything going on in the world right now. I'd have to believe it, within reason, of course. So, just looking at charts only, and, you look at any of these bellwethers, Microsoft included here. Apple's kind of hanging in there, actually. I'm a little surprised by that. Amazon, it doesn't look strong to me right now. That, trying to defend that 3,000 level. Imagine Facebook still looks like garbage. Yep. Who else is someone that's big that we should look at? I don't really look at Tesla. It's, too much of a cult stock. And I don't say that as it's a bad thing or anything. It's just that, there's so many people that believe so much in this company and Elon Musk, and at every opportunity they get, they're throwing money behind it, where people do not feel the same about Microsoft that way. So I would say, outside of something really turning around for Microsoft, I mean, unless they come through and they beyond crush earnings here next week, I would say that, Microsoft is going to dance around, I'd say somewhere in this level, in this range here. I know it's a big range, but, look at the range that we've been in most of these and most of these indexes also. Look at these long-term ranges here. And we're even below it on the Qs now. But, look back here all the way into the summer. All right. We haven't gone anywhere. Really, we haven't gone anywhere in a very long time in the Qs. Going back to last year, we really, this is where we were at this point last year. This is where we are right now. Literally have not gone anywhere in the Qs at that point. So it just, gives you an idea of what you're up against when you don't have any sort of alpha move or any reason for any sort of alpha move at this time. CEI, yeah, take a look at CEI. This have to do with something like capturing gases or something. Maybe not. I'm thinking of something else, maybe. I don't know, the chart would tell me that nobody's a believer in this in the energy sector. Anybody that's heavily involved in the energy sector is not a believer in this. I also think you'll have people that are bag holders up here that every single time the stock makes a move, they're going to be distributing it to the buyers. I think maybe if you can get and clear this area and hold it, then there's a chance to work up there. But also, look at this here. They must have done a ton of reverse splits on this thing. It's kind of odd. 1 million in cash and no debt, and I find that hard to believe. So no, I mean, there's nothing here that excites me on this chart. And I'm also, I like to buy stocks going up. The stock really isn't going up. I'm looking at things like that. That's something that interests me. I closed my position last week in P10, but I suspect it looks real good again today. Yeah. So, kind of kicking myself for that, but I couldn't let that wobble anymore. What else? AR, another good one for energy. I mean, look at that chart. Now, some of these have become a chase, but my point being is you've got these stocks that, energy stocks that have never really made big moves down, a lot of sideways moves and then a move up, a pull back and a move up, a sideways move and a move up. That's what I want to find. When will the pain be over for Kathy? I have no idea. I haven't even looked at that in a while. ARKK, right? Ouch. When she rebalances the portfolio and starts cutting the losers, I guess. I'm not sure. It's hard when you've let things slip this much. I mean, to be down this much off your highs of all time. And to have that happen, how do you, it's hard to justify getting out of some of the stuff now, especially as a technician for me, right? You have this huge run up, and this is why I'm not a fund manager right here. You have this huge run up and then you see that happen. You see this happen and that bounce, bounce up here. You better believe that I'd have been, rebalancing or reallocating because, I don't want to stick around for big moves like that. What she does and what we do are obviously very different, and, long-term and all that stuff like that. And, for a while, obviously she looked like a genius and now she doesn't. And we'll see, time will tell. But the issue is this: if you're going to be an investor, and you're going to have those visions, the visions for the companies you have better be turning a solid profit. And many of the companies that she had visions for are not turning solid profits. And it's just as simple as that. And with all the uncertainty in the market and the world and these charts that we go through, time after time, day after day, people are not believers in those charts and those stocks that she's in. And that's reflected not just in the price of the stock, but the underlying health of the overall companies. So, growth is great when the speculation bubble's running wild. But, people talk about, bubbles and popping. I mean, I don't know. That looks like a bubble that popped to me. When does the popping end? Who knows? But why having a balanced portfolio or a balanced fund? Her fund had nothing proven long-term in it whatsoever. Everything was, new companies, all based on growth and, potential. You're not showing potential. I'm just bringing this chart up. I don't know if this is even in her fund, but I mean, look, those companies never made money. All right. Here we are. It's just, why am I going to sink my money into a company that's never made money, especially when, the world is, struggling coming out of this pandemic the way it is right now with, all this money that's been printed and, commodities skyrocketing, growth is, right now dormant. You never say growth is dead. There's always going to be growth somewhere. But, none of this is reflected right now in the underlying world economy, the economy here, or the prices of these stocks, essentially. And again, the anomalies, something like this. This is still an anomaly to me. Again, you trade what's in front of you, not good, bad, right, or wrong. But the fact is, so many people believe in what Musk is doing. Every time you start to get a big sell-off, you get the dip buyers still coming into the stock here. Not reflected here. You had that sell-off, and you had the buyers come in and got sold right off again, and the buyers came in and got sold right off again, and the buyers came in and sold right off again. But again, something I've continuously mentioned also, look at the declining volume in this. So, people are waiting around for a reason to buy still, I think. As they don't get one, obviously, I think we continue to trickle down. But, it doesn't feel like, I don't see any of that real violent selling. The closest was, going to be this move here and this move here. But on this move back down here, I didn't feel any, it doesn't seem panicky to me. And same thing here. It doesn't feel like it's panicky to me. And so, I think the people that can wait these moments out, a few months, half a year, 18 months, whatever this bearish tape is going to be, those that wait it out and are patient and can keep their heads about them will be in a prime position when this does turn around, because it does turn around eventually. They always do. But for now earlier, it's not really showing it now. Earlier, this race here was, TZA and SDS, and I can't even think of what else was on there. SQQ is still there right now. So you had all these inverse ETFs right now, all the short ETFs, reflecting what's going on. And it would appear to me, XLE, continuing. Where's the XME? What is that doing today? I don't see it on my list. All right, so gapped up and gave it up, but I mean, that thing is, it's up in the nosebleed sections. But it still feels like there's, we're in a commodity cycle for sure, without any question. Look at this range we had for so long in materials and mining, or metal and mining, and what a move out of that. Still not overly reflected in silver and gold. Silver continues to just kind of grind its way off of these lows here, but it's still, makes us move and feel like, all right, we get this pullback and it's ready for an explosion. It just just doesn't happen. It's what, makes trading hard, is when, you're used to these huge moves, your Zooms and your Modernas and DraftKings and Penn and all these big growth stocks have made huge moves over the last 2 years, and then they get completely deflated. And now the things that are making moves up are much slower and harder and require more patience and conviction and grinding in, versus, you take some shares of one of those growth stocks and, 3 days later it was triple in price. That's not normal. What we're seeing here is more normal. And so, having that plan of buying whatever you consider relative strength and then sticking to that. And, the only thing that should change is your expectations. Sometimes a strategy is working and, it's got a great, great short-term return. And then sometimes it's working and it doesn't have as great of a short-term return. But the idea, as long as it's still working, the only thing that changes is the expectations, not the process. Gold miners. See, these have made more of a move that I was expecting out of silver, to be honest. This has made a nice move off this 30 level here. It's coming through and taking out some pretty significant areas here. But again, a couple of months, 2.5, 3.5 months, depending on where you're looking at this from, to make a $10, $11 move, versus things we've seen over the last few years make a $10 or $11 move in a week. And that became, very normal in a sense. I haven't seen this stock in a long time. They must have some news. What a move. Checked it off that 6 level right there. So FTI, oil and gas, machinery, and more oil and gas and petroleum. And more oil and gas and petroleum. This is actually transportation of it. Ores, coal, grains, fertilizers. So again, involved in commodities here. And some more oil and gas with Myrrh. And this is just my evening scans here. The same scan, essentially, both of these. This is just has a lower threshold for shares traded for the day to make it than this one does here. What all it's trying to do is find stuff that's, up over 20 days and up on the day today, essentially, with some volume metrics in it. Nothing complicated. Buying stocks going up. And I've seen some pretty good results out of this over the last week plus now, running it like this as a race. And I'm just running it as a race, as a change from open. And so, again, another inverse ETF here, biotechs. IBB didn't look so terrible for about a week or so. Looked like maybe it found a bottom, was trying to come off that, and heading right back down again right now, it looks like. The XIB did not look nearly as nice. Or wait, what is it? I can't think of the name. What's the other sector for biotechs? XBI. XIB, XBI. I did go over CEI. Really, the short and skinny of it is, as compared to energy stocks relative to it, it's extremely underperforming, and I don't see any reason for it to not continue that trend at this point. The other thing that I noted is, you probably have bag holders up here, and every time the price starts to come alive, they're going to sell their shares to the willing buyers. At what point this becomes exhausted, no one could really say, but you compare this to, here, all these energy stocks right here, look at these energy stocks, all grinding higher over time, all grinding higher, and more energy stocks grinding higher. And, AR, VET, some of these, VET, some of these are obviously have run away a bit now. But my point being is, you want to find stocks that are strong in the strong sector. I get there's this natural human instinct to be a contrarian and to find things at a discount, and that can work. Obviously, it does work in some cases. For me, I want to buy strength. It doesn't mean you go chasing it into the moon, but for example, look how strong this chart is, and then it gets a little sideways squirrely here, and we're looking like we're ready to make another move up here on this as far as a long-term play. Yeah, you got it. So here's the TZA showing up again. And that's reflective here of the IWM. It's just an inverse of the IWM. I'm looking at this RSP here, and it just continues to grind sideways, this thing here, trying to hold above this upper range here on that. The RSP is your S&P 500, just equal weighted. It looks like the SPY is taking out lows on the day now. So I'd say 420 is very much back in play for the SPY again. I don't see any reason why, like I said, unless something dramatically changes with anything. But again, you look at this volume, and it's just, it's not a ton of volume here. That's all there is to it, We were coming out of a shortened week and a holiday week last week, and I guess some holiday hangover today always is possible. But counting back these candles, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We're looking to do slightly underneath that average volume level right now as it stands on the relative volume here. So again, these sell-offs, but it's just, there's not a lot of violence. And I'd say this can be just as demoralizing, if not more demoralizing, than when you get that big capitulation sell-off that really gives that big spike down and then starts to move sideways. So, you've got people that have been trained for over a decade every time a dip comes in to buy that dip. But, the last real dip to have bought, really would have been back here somewhere, to be honest. Had you bought this dip here, you came back here and had it filled, all right? And yes, it made a move up here, but you already have raced it back down here. Talking for, extreme long-term holds in a sense. I would like to believe, or people should be trained, that if, you're buying something here and you see it move against you here, you should be closing some of that if you're a trader versus being an investor, obviously. But, buying this dip here, that, hasn't worked out to too well anything. You were been underwater more than you've been above water since this dip here, and obviously the same would go here, and that's it. It's been a down market since the beginning of the year after that. And so the demoralizing part is this. Let's bring this up as a weekly chart. This is what makes things, this is what makes what we do so hard. Let's even go to a monthly chart. And so here you've got 2010, all right? There's a dip to buy. Great move for half a year or more. Get a sell-off, and, a nice move up, back out of that sell-off sideways. And then look at that, for 5 years, almost, nice line up, or well, three plus years, I'm sorry, nice line up. And, we move sideways for a couple of years here, all right? And then another beautiful move up, but no major sell-off going on. We move sideways for a bit. And then we have the end of 2018 when the Fed first was going to, allegedly tighten. And that was our first real sell-off. The buyers came right back in, took that right back up. This is obviously COVID here. And then like a rocket out of the cannon here. And so, and the few dips that you've had over all this time have been easy buys without any real pain after making any of those buys in the market. This is the first time, other than this move right here and the Fed right here, but that's not price discovery. This is everybody waiting for what's supposed to be an independent body talking and what they're doing. That has nothing to do with price discovery of the market whatsoever. Back here, you're going to have some Brexit nonsense that happens. All right. That's what's going on back in here. So some of these sell-offs are really not much to do with price discovery, but I would also argue that the buying has nothing to do with price discovery either. So yeah, that knife cuts both ways. And going back to, we trade the market we have, not the market we want. Like I said, that's why my swing trading has really taken a seat to some day trading. And, I've been really, really quick to cut winners short, where in the past I could let winners run. I've seen too many winners handing back too much of it to risk that. CVI, was that me? Yes, that was me. Sorry, Andy was asking me if this was my one of my additions to the Trader's Eye today, and I guess he didn't catch it earlier, waiting for a trigger price. But what Andy's doing with the Trader's Eye now is he's not just putting in everything as we come across it. He's trying to use some trigger prices and things like that, prevent people from just running right out and buying names because we put them in a scan. But I'm telling you, even in this down tape, look at the, look at this right here. I'll share this out. I think this is a good one for people to have if they want for a race. Save or share to cloud. Let me do that this way. Hold on, sorry. Duplicate into free floating window. All right, so I dropped that in there for you. That's this race that was that's going on right here. And I mean, you know, look at how many of these have been coming in throughout the day. All right. You know, SJT was coming in earlier. Nice move off of that. FTI, it's been a winner 5 times. That means, you know, it's been on the scan the whole day, essentially. CRK, same thing. All right. You know, and every one of these stocks has had some nice moves in it, you know, throughout the day. What are my thoughts on CVI as a swing trade? Been pretty good here. I mean, we're clearing some major distance. And again, anybody that knows me knows how I feel about the XOP. Look at the XOP chart and look at that chart. All right. So some really good stuff here, clearing a lot of resistance. You know, multi-year resistance now. But you know what I think of it and what my thoughts and time frame, if I were to enter a trade, you know, may not be what anybody else has, and the tolerance that you have for this wobbly and volatile market. But you know, I think this is a pretty significant level here to have, you know, held, and now to clear this one up above it. I think those are 2 big levels, 2 big hurdles to get through. But, you know, now you ask yourself, are you running and taking a position while it's up 6% on the day here? Does that fit your criteria or not? That's where the big thing in becoming a trader becomes, you know, it's a great chart. It's a strong chart. I mean, a rocket out of there. You know, almost, let's say 40% over the last 6 weeks. You know, apply Newton's first law of motion to this, unless acted upon by another force. This does look like it's got the room to go. And again, you know, we talk about volume and things like that. Volume, I mean, you know, look at that volume. It's drying up in this thing, but there's your trend, all right? We can see what the shares are here, all right? So it's not an overly liquid stock. We've only traded 350,000 shares on the day. But, you know, as the overall market continues to make new lows on the day and continues to make new lows on the month, all right, that is, you know, doing that in the face of what's going on here. INDO. Andy mentioned something about that. Damn. Yeah, you got it. Always happy to go over charts. And these become those risky ones where, you know, the non-risk taker in me says, all right, you got a bunch of bag holders up here. There's no question about that. All right, that are going to want to drop stock on every single buyer. But then this thing starts getting a little nutty again, you know, and with, you know, somewhere around 2 mil in the float, I mean, this thing can go completely batty. And you better believe that there's going to be people that got burned short on this that way. They're not going to be looking to get burned short a second time like that. So it becomes one of those really tricky stocks in that sense, where everybody sees what it's capable of doing, but it's not easy to repeat that twice. Not impossible, though, either. This was actually in the strength scan over the weekend, but I dared not put that in. I did not think that was a good idea to put in there. I can see it in here now. Oh, there it is. But how can you, for swing traders, how could I put something in that made a $10, $11 move in one day in for a swing trade? I couldn't do that in good conscience. Another one, same idea here. We obviously see what these things can do. Great day trading vehicles. Gonna want to be on the right side of that. This is Freeport McMoran, yeah. Again, strength, gold. Beautiful move on this GFI today. These all came through early in the morning here. Let's take a look, the stuff that came through Thursday here. Let's take a look. So FLUR, big move, and then gave it up. We'll see if it can, if this is going to be what we call a middle finger candle, or, I like that chart. I like that right there. Well, we'll see. There's your INDO. Again, it's an awfully big risk to take swing trading something like that. AMPI, very nice. This just continues beautiful here. This 2-day trend here. So, that was in there Thursday, lining people up for this morning. Deere, not so much. Up negligibly after a big move up. EC is going to be down, I think, right? So we'll see. This has had a nice move up. We'll see if that can't get a bid now. But again, petroleum, just wondering, it's in Colombia, so we'll see if that, international flavor to it affects it at all. Here's shipping again, moving goods around. So all these ones that I'm going over here were all in the strength alerts on Thursday, as charts to be going over for the weekend. And we're seeing more good moves than not good moves out of this so far. ICL. So fertilizer, so it's back with the agricultural plays. This one giving it back up after nice day on Thursday. We'll see hanging around this 54 level if it can build up back off of it. 55 level, build back off of that. LADR. Same thing here, big move in that. I don't know, it's some investment pool. I thought this was actually an energy stock. I think there's an energy stock similar name to this. That's not something very interesting. Let's see. NFG, more natural gas, more strength. Materials and mining again, more strength, but this has earnings coming up, so I'd be careful with that. Insurance company, AIG. That's interesting. That, and I also noticed this morning. So AIG and MET met, both of them up today. And again, nothing crazy, but look at where they are relative to the rest of the market and the strength that they've held up. This participated in some of that downside, the move up and a pullback and a move up and a pullback like the rest of the market. But then it's moved up and it's really held this move up since. And AIG, not AGI, very similar. Made that move up into the end of the year, participated in the early sell-off and a bounce and back to the sell-off of last month. And then it made that, made a move back up with the market and has not made the same move back down again with the market. Regeneron, it's right by me actually. Not that far anyways. Crazy for such a massive company. Not exactly trading many shares right now, 100,000 shares on it. 1.5% move and down, 1060 today. So that's, again, becomes all relative. Oh, today's tax day, I just realized. Hopefully everybody filed those. Let's see, Star Bulk Carriers, another one. So shippers has been an odd one to me. So B dry is your shipping index, or a shipping index anyways. And I mean, just not really anything to get excited about. But then, you find that, what's another shipper? I must have one I liked here somewhere. Sting, here's one. Look at that chart compared to the shipping index. Probably a better shipping index. I'll have to do some research, see if I can find a better shipping index to look at. Up about 50% from the beginning of the year, though. So there's moves out there, but sitting through some of this volatile stuff, it's hard. That's all there is to it. You can get a move like that. You don't want to participate in that. If you're taking a longer term swing position, let's say, you got a trigger above this level here and you make a nice move there. Ah, yes, E-file. Good call. SSRM, another real great chart. This one I put in the trader's eye last week somewhere. For whatever reason, it never made it to the II. I put it in the spreadsheet for it. But nice move here. Let's say, that's made its move. What's the meme world doing today? GME? Not looking so great. I won't lie. I really wish the stock would just die at this point. I don't want anybody to lose money or get hurt or anything like that, but I think it's just a big distraction from what trading really is. See what's AMC doing. Another one. But, every single time I think these things are done, something comes right around and fixes that real fast. So we shall see, we shall see. An odd looking chart. I wonder what the spread is on some of these items here too, because I know these stocks can get pretty spready. Yeah, that's a terrible spread. I mean, how do you trade something like that? And I surmise there's going to be a terrible spread when I see the move that it's made here, but you see this like skipping around on 5-minute charts, and then you look at the actual shares traded there right now. It's not ideal. Take a look at INDO. I wonder if that's the same boat. Yeah, again, 20-cent spread. That those, imagine you're buying the top of this spread, all right? And then have it move against you after buying the top of that spread. I mean, you could be underwater, 30, 40 cents in a position within 3 or 4 seconds, literally. Again, for me, it's, there's not enough reward to that risk for me when you see that. Now, if this was tightened up and let's say it was 7 or even 10 cents consistently, that's a, completely different animal. But you start getting those 15, 20, 25 cent spreads, and you can't get a fill at the bottom of that, and you decide you're going to force it with a market order. I mean, you could literally end up underwater 30, 40, 50 cents within 5 or 6 ticks. Anywho. I have this scan here that I've continued to run back tests on. Didn't really do anything today. Nothing crazy here. But patience is the name of the game. I do believe if we get into an uptrending market, this will be an okay scan here. Puts out very few alerts a day. So, I haven't really made any adjustments on this since mid-December. This is what the back test looks like now. It's looked much better through mid-December and the beginning of January. And then we can see, the equity curve falls apart here. We can see on the daily here. So, but overall, not bad. You want to try to get rid of some of these big groups of red days here and try to find more groups of green days like this here and here. We'll see what the future holds for it when we get into getting some more trending markets. Maybe later this year, maybe next year. No way to predict that. The other thing too is, not a ton of alerts coming through this here. You see probably the average is probably 7 or 8 alerts a day with, throwing out this anomaly. Mike C, that's all here. You should have all of that now in 5.5.57. Scans have been earlier. That was something we could just implement without anybody having to upgrade the software. So scans have been like that for, I guess, got to be going almost 2 months now. But last Wednesday maybe, we put out a new beta, 5.5.56. I don't know, 5.5.76. And that has the tick charts and early pre-market data. Yep. And I mean, if you all have it selected to be alerted here, for those of you who don't have it, follow along to know whenever we put out a new beta, you'll be alerted. If you go tools, options, upgrade, and make sure you have all releases selected. All right. Every time we put out a new release, you'll get notified. And what will happen for that notification is this new right here will be a bold green. And if you click on it, it'll say upgrade to the latest version of Trade Ideas. And it'll bring you to the download page right here. And then you see TI Pro Beta. The beta is what you're going to want. If you click beta, it'll bring you right down to it. And here's the production notes on it, the release notes. So there's a lot of this is going to be like fixed. People are having exception issues and things like that, crashes and bugs with the races. So we've worked out most, if not all, the kinks there. Some stuff with the SSW. here's, price data for the charts. Updated the Market Explorer help page. This is the big one here. This is the new order entry panel for Brokerage Plus now. This is what you'll now get. So yeah, that's all right there for you folks. Depending on when the last time you updated, it might require a system reboot. And again, for anybody that was wondering, in order to get that that automated alert, that we put out a new version, you go to Tools, Options, Upgrade, and select all releases, and then save it. And then, like I said, every time we make an update, put out a new version, this will turn a bold green color.
Mr. Varley.
Yes, sir.
What are you doing? You want me to take over, or do you want to have another minute and a half?
I'll leave that up. You're the boss. This is your world. I just live in it.
That's funny. Okay, I'll do it now so I can put my music on, and then I
Sounds good.
Okay. Okay, thanks, Chris.
I'll see you at 3:30. Bye-bye.
Okay, you bet. All right, YouTubers, I am back. And you guys should be able to hear me. All right. Yeah, so Iris it is not. It's the web-based version, okay? Not, I'm sorry, the web-based version. It's the beta version that you're looking for, Iris, okay? And that is when you go to the website, go to the download, and the beta version is 5.5.76, okay? You're looking at here. You're looking at the production version. Okay, Iris? So you got to scroll down. There it is right there. Okay? So the percent on the compare counts, I do have a compare count window up. What this, these are competing strategies, all right? So one is looking for, with other filters in place, but movers to the upside with greater than 300,000 shares versus movers to the downside with greater than 300,000 shares. These are competing strategies. So as we speak, since I have had this running since I opened this morning, actually, even before the market opened, 54% of them are on the downside, 46% are on the upside. That's what the percentage means. Okay, Rev? If I start this right now, I clear it, we'll start off 50-50. Okay. Only one stock has come through on the upside, so that's why it says 100%. I don't know. Did you miss the stock of the day? Are you talking about the trade of the week? Emma? All right. Just give me a moment here, Iris. I mean, it's there, definitely there. So, okay, click on my homepage link. I don't know where you're looking exactly, but click on my homepage link. Okay. So if you click on my homepage link, okay, so when you do that, this is what you're going to see. Click on the download. Click on download. Okay, now you're in the download page. Scroll down, scroll down, scroll down. Here's production. If you keep scrolling down, it's right here. It's right here, okay? Not so much. Rig is the trade of the week. There may be a stock highlighted on the homepage, but that they change that around every day, or I don't even know. I don't even know what makes it, to be honest, on our homepage. But that's not what I would call the stock of the day or anything like that. If you're talking about mine, the one I do every day, it's an email that goes out. The blue percent line. Okay, I don't have a blue percent line on mine, so I'm not sure what you mean. Yeah, I don't know what you mean. Yeah, so again, I don't know what you mean by yeah, I don't, well, yeah, I'd probably have to see it, because I don't have that on mine, so unless it's an option or something, but maybe show percent. Yeah, okay. Is that what you're talking about? I don't use that option. I just use the show the points. Keep an eye on that Indo, guys, just in case. Yeah, so I'm not even sure. I've never used this option. I mean, I don't know what this blue line means. It looks like, well, there it is, 83%. I guess it's 83% right there. Okay, I guess that makes sense to me. Okay, it's just showing. I mean, I guess why would you have both? This is showing me 84%, and I guess that's 84% right there, and on the way up, I guess. Yeah, okay, so to sign up for my stock of the day that I do a video at noon Eastern. And well, again, if you just go to my homepage, you can sign up for it here. Go to my homepage and you're right. So again, this is what you'll see on my homepage. So stock of the day video right there. Okay. It hasn't been emailed out yet. It happens a little bit later today. Okay. Okay, Iris, did you get that download? Did you see where the beta is? Just click on help and about. Click on help and about. It'll tell you the version you're on. So from the toolbar, click on help, then about. It'll tell you the version you're on, okay? All right, guys, Viru is making a little move here. VERU is making a little bit of a move here off that 13 level. Of course, this has been super active this past, well, last week was very active, all 4 days, of course, especially on Monday. Okay, great. Now you're completely up to date, Iris. Oh man, that Indo is flirting with that 30 mark again. Oh man, guys. It's what a game this is, right at 30 for the Indo. So we got Husa, I'm sure, yes, HUSA. You've got your pick really of probably any one of these. The Husa, maybe a little more gentle, I don't know, though, 8.8 million in the float. You have the Indo. What was the other one? The one starts with the letter M. I know there's another one that starts with the letter M. M, it's a Mexican O play. I don't think it's MARPS. No, there's another one. MXC, that's the one. Thank you. MXC. Is it moving? Mm, not as much, but boy, I mean, this one, it did the same thing that Indo did, guys. So this is lagging a little bit, just a little bit. The MCX or MXC. Thank you, guys. Everybody who. Well, okay, I'm just talking to somebody in our YouTube room. Okay, if you click on my homepage link, not the Trade Ideas homepage, it's got nothing to do with Trade Ideas homepage. Okay, it's something I created. When you click on that, okay, and then watch the stock of the day video, and I think that, yeah, I mean it's right here. It's interesting. I thought you could sign up for it. Hmm. Well, I should actually maybe check that because here you're in our YouTube room right now. Okay, well, it's in the channel. So, I mean, thing is though, I think as a subscriber, it gets emailed out to you. Come on, push through 30. That should drag the rest of them up. I'm really intrigued by this MXC, which is kind of lagging. The high on Thursday was 19.99. Better put an alert. Whew. Nimble, 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 guys. If you're going to trade these, be really nimble. Not for the faint of heart, not for newbies. Okay? Let me just ask the person who will absolutely know. Emils, first of all, have you taken a look? This has got nothing to do with my stock of the day video that I do, but have you done the 30-day video, the getting started? You may not know it exists. Again, so when you click on my homepage link, oh, you've watched the getting started then. Okay, good. That's what I really think, is very I know I say this every time, but I think it should be mandatory before anybody does anything else. Is to definitely do this. Let's get started. Let's get started. I think there are 10 because it says 10. Let's get started. You click on the let's get started. It's divided into 10 sections. Maybe you haven't looked at that one then, the download and installation. You've probably already done that, but episode 1 of 10, 2 of 10, all the way to 10 of 10. So there are definitely 10 of them, and it's about 30 minutes long, probably segmented. Okay, so want to make sure we're talking about the same thing. Then after that, you can definitely, once you've done that, then you can dive into the user guide in the education section. And then the user guide, which is all segmented, okay? Alert windows, top list windows, price alerts, how to set a price alert on a chart. So most things are covered here, but of course it is a full table of contents that you click on, and this is all searchable. Of course, the other thing, and again, on my home page, I'm sharing a lot of scans right here. Here are all the scans that I'm sharing. So you've got my scans, and you can also go to our toolbar and click on New, Dock Channel Bar, and these are all sorts of scans that are in here too. Various theme-based channels, momentum channel. You can take this scan and save it to the cloud if you want. So what I'm really trying to show you is you can go to the different channels. We have a lot of different scans in the different channels. You see something you might like, you just save it to the cloud. Then you can bring them back one at a time and create your own layout if you want. Of course, you can create your own scans also, but if you're brand new, my advice would probably be to take a look at my scans and then also the scans that we've got in our toolbar. Then after that, if you want to create your own scans, which of course you can, then you'll go to the user guide and go to the alert section, the top list section. All right, guys, CASA is maybe trying to put a little bounce in here. CASA trying to put a little bounce in here. See what's happening right there? A little, maybe a break over that 606. Why that? Because you can just sort of see on a 5-minute chart, you have 1, 2, 3, 4. So that's 20 minutes, sort of at that level. If it somehow takes out 606 on volume, I mean, right now it doesn't look like it will, but if it did on volume, then it could have an attempt to get back up to the 656 level. Okay. And eventually that was a good short. Eventually, if you could, even if you didn't time it right at the top, a break of 6 that got it going. But then again, I thought a break of 4 down here was going to get it going. But yeah, so if you go to my home page, question is, any scans recommend for rookies? Well, I mean, first of all, if you're a rookie, what I would do is I would practice trading first. Okay, use our simulator. Okay, it's part of the standard service, and all you have to do is just click on sim, and then you're in simulation mode. And so before I would make any trades at all, you have to practice. I would heartily, not hardly, but heartily encourage you to practice in the simulator. Till you can make some money in a simulator, forget about trying to trade live. But having said all that, if you go to my homepage, because the question was, how do I see what happens in the pre-market, the pre-market movers? I'm going to show you what I use. I've been using this for forever. So if you click on my homepage link and my scans, click here, and these two mainly, the pre-market actives up and down. Now the gap up and gap down do work in the pre-market, but I mean, I look at them. It's an audible alert that I do get. These are alerts, whereas these are top lists, okay, and they'll show you the ones that are up the most and down the most. So that kind of gets us set. That's how we found CASA early. We saw CASA right here. That's 8 o'clock. That's 8 o'clock Eastern time. Up until that point, there was nothing in it. There was nothing in the pre-market actives up for that. Then all of a sudden, this started happening, and that jumped right to the top of the list as an example. Okay, but that's what I use in the pre-market. So if you're just, as a rookie, if you're just wanting to see, well, how would I see what's happening, and what might continue once the market opens? No guarantees, of course, but that'll dial you in ones that are moving either up or down in the pre-market. Yeah, I don't think Indo had shorts for me. Oh, really? He did have shorts, 69,000 right now. It should be interesting to see how that fluctuates right now. I didn't think, for some reason, I didn't think Indo had shorts, but you've got to be careful, both on the short side and the long side with something like this. Again, not for new people for sure. 1.89 million in the float. The other thing, Emils, I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes. And if I were new to trading, I probably wouldn't trade in the first 30 minutes. Trading in the first 15 to 30, like 0 to 30 minutes can be awfully hard. You'll miss the ones that keep moving higher, absolutely. But, in my experience, things really whip around, especially in the first 15 minutes. You get highs, you get lows, you get highs, you get lows. If I were brand new to trading, I probably would not take a trade even in the first 30 minutes. I would just watch for a while and see how things play out. After 30 minutes, it doesn't mean things are completely settled down, and direction now is 100%. But, certainly in the first 15 minutes, though, things are can be very, very stressful. Well, anything can happen before 8, but I don't know what your time zone you're in. I'm in the West Coast, so 8 o'clock Eastern time is that's 5 o'clock my time. That's plenty. I'm not, our charts do. We start getting data at 4 in the morning Eastern time, but I don't know what the stat is. I never got hung up, even if I were first of all, if I'm in the Eastern time zone, I'm not getting up at 4. Okay, so I can start seeing what's happening at 4 o'clock. I'm forced to because I live on the West Coast, but if I were on the East Coast, there'd be no way in the world I'd be getting up at 4 in the morning. I think you can probably, I think 7:30, 8 o'clock, things can start happening. I'm not saying nothing happens before then, but I don't think and if you're new to trading, first of all, the pre-market is not easy to trade, so I wouldn't be doing that either. If you're new to trading also, again, if you go to my home page and you go to that education section and you scroll down to the bottom, you'll see a great little video series that Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put together. This is for everybody. I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room, but this is for anybody who's new to trading. Go to that education section, and you're gonna have to. Everybody should spend some time. This is trading again. It's not easy, and back to basics. Okay, back to basics, and it's all free. But it starts off with what is a stock. NUTX, yes, NUTX just got halted and on the way down. Ooh, all-time low. All-time low. Whoa, and look at this. Boy, something has happened here. Something really bad. It was already moving down, but look at this, guys. Look at this. If this holds. So again, this is time and sales and interactive brokers. It's nothing to do with trade ideas. So there's the halt for NUTX at 493. If this holds, we're looking at a 251 open. Now, I'm not saying that's going to hold, but this thing was already moving from 7 down to 5 before this. I didn't really see this one. The reason being is that the relative volume was low. So most of my scans have probably a minimum of about 3 in the relative volume. So I would not have seen this, but we'll have to see if that holds. But there's something going on bad. I don't see any specific news on it. Not today. I don't see any news on it today. There's got to be something driving it down, though. And again, that Halts Resume scanner, one of the scans that I'm sharing, okay? So, and typically if you're new to all this, there was the halt at 123 plus 4 seconds. Typically they are 5-minute halts. You notice the MLTX. The halt was at 12:31 plus 28 seconds. It opened like literally 5 minutes later, 12:36 plus 28 seconds. These volatility halts are typically 5 minutes long. Yeah, so you see how this has changed. Remember, it was 250 before, so now it's 340, 340. This is just, a glimpse into what may happen. That's all this is. It obviously can change. 371, 371. So if you were short this one, you wanted it to open almost immediately to take advantage of that 250, 250, but see how it's changing? Hey guys, I'm just having a discussion internally. All right, guys, I'm continuing, believe it or not, to watch the Indo, just in case it, breaks out through 30 again in a big way. Give me a moment, guys. I'm just, again, following internal discussions. All right, I'm just really just kind of looking at my thumbnail charts I have on my other monitor, just seeing if there's anything kind of interesting. Ater, I suppose, ATER, maybe getting set up again here. Sometimes that's true, real. The little voice inside of my head, yes. In this particular case, no. All right, guys. So that Indo looks well done for a while anyway. So, but I'm so I'll tell you what, I'm afraid to short it. I'm afraid. Zach's going to say, don't be afraid, but I am afraid to short it. The thing is here, right here, is it takes out that. I mean, look at this. If it takes out that 28, wow, could be a real drop here. But I mean, shorting it is just as risky as going long. Nah, no kidding. Wow, what a when I left for my break, this is what was the market was doing this, and now a big resurgence in the market. And we've had one, two, three, four, five. So it's an hour, especially this candle right here. So an hour and 15. Not quite, because this candle still has another 10 minutes or so to close. All right, guys, I'm getting. Oh, I see why you were talking about the NEGG. So that showed up in your scan. Okay, now I'm going to start paying a little more attention to your scan now that we're solidly into the afternoon. I'm talking about Zach's scan. Look at this thing climb, guys. ESTE climbing, and this is almost a 2-year high for ESTE. Of course, it's an energy play. Well, I guess all you had to do was buy energy back here. Here's XLE, the energy right about here a few months ago, 55 to 81. That's 3.5 months ago or so. This is the energy ETF. All right, got to show you GME. Trying to get over 140 again. Little pop here, some volume coming in. Those of you who are following GME. All right, let me revisit TGTX to see if it's doing anything interesting. TGTX. You know, I mean, look at this 15-minute chart. I mean, it is basing for a long time now, just around that 7 level. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So that's about 3 hours just around that 7 level. But the bad news, pre-market, but then JP Morgan stepped in and put a $20 price target on them. So this is why I was somewhat interested in this one, but it's, you know, again, if this pops through in a big way on some volume, look how the volume is just dried up though. You know, all time frames just really dried up. Need some volume. Or another resource stock. I mean, this is almost an all-time high. METC. All-time high is back here, I guess, 2173. Whoa, look at GME, guys. I mean, again, when you think it's out and over, out and done, finally, then something like this happens. Look at the volume that came in. But if you're listening to Chris in our YouTube room between 12 and 1, like I'm just like him. I just wish this thing would just die and forget about it. But, you know, it shows up on a scan and you see this volume. I mean, it's hard to take your eyes off this. It just has amazing resiliency. Oh, well, I don't know about better trades of stock in terms of move. I mean, it certainly moves a lot. So I mean, that's what we're looking for. I mean, it's $18 on average, but you know, I have a distaste for it. Yes, but there's no question. I mean, it's got some massive moves in it. Boy, look at this market. Look at this pop in the SPY. It's a big giant green candle and almost another a little over 3 minutes to close. All right, guys, again, nothing new showing up for me. Very nice though from Zach Scan though. Even if you'd waited, you know what I'm. So the first alert was at 696. Again, these are I think some of yeah 696. Then at 706 and then 732. So again, this is obviously the tricky part, especially if you're new to trading. You know, yeah, maybe you'd like to short this, but where? Here, here, or here? And so, you know, finally that was the top, but you know, there's nothing. It could have had another high after that too. My idea is, and I think it was just a little too far away. But if that first alert we get is close enough to the last one, then just put a price alert here and short it there. Problem is, you know, on a $7 stock, that is what 36 cents away. That's, you know, that's probably too much. Now in this case, you know, if you shorted it at 696 and it's at 671, you know, that's not bad. But to me, it's just giving up too much. All right, I think something's gone haywire here. And I'm on a development version all the time, so just want to try something here in the simulator. Well, okay, I'm just trying something here. I want to take this short because I want to make sure this is working correctly. All right, let's do it. Real Casa. I'll also put the alert at 602 to buy it. Yeah, well, that's yeah right up there. So I have a price alert there. So this is what we'll do. We'll show you how, again, how you can set up a conditional alert or a conditional buy at a price, obviously not at the current price. Okay, and I click the buy button and then I send it and the blue line will appear on the chart. So if CASA makes it back up to 602, it'll take the trade. No, 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 I understand. I'm just showing how you can do something like that. This is not, I'm just showing people how you can, you know, put in a conditional buy order hitting a certain price, either above the current price or below the current price. That's all. All right, guys, I'm just going to do a quick check. I want to see how many companies are releasing earnings this week and just to give you an idea about what we have in store as far as earnings season. Okay, so just to give you an idea, so this week we have about 200 companies releasing earnings, okay? 200 companies. So we're just getting rolling. Next week, we have 600 companies releasing earnings, okay? So we're just starting to get into earnings season in a big way. So again, 200 this week. Next week we have about 600. So it'll get very, very lively. Okay, guys, well, I'm not in anything right now, and I'm just kind of waiting on, see if anything happens in a topping, especially a topping. Actually, maybe not, a bounce play. A bounce play from Zach. The reason being is that the market's moving higher, so you would think any sort of a bounce play, as long as the market keeps doing something like this, we'll have pretty good opportunity. You know, I always like to take a bounce play when the market is certainly not moving down. You know, I don't want to take a bounce play if the market's moving down. It doesn't have to be moving up, but you know, even if it's sideways, that's not terrible, but better if it's moving higher. Yeah, that is a bit of a, I would probably change the name. All right, so I'm going to look. I didn't have this up and running, but let's see. This is my option scanner that I used to absolutely love. So let's take a look what happened here. So here's CASA, 933. This is, I did the history. So 933. Come on. Ah, get rid of that. Okay, just give me a moment here. There we go. Okay. Okay, so there was CASA at 634. So if I've been watching that, so obviously that would have worked out nicely. MDVL at 324. Nah, not much. CASA again, of course. What about the ESSC at 1098? What happened after that? Yeah, not bad. 1150. Speaking of which, there's the CASA. And then the CVM. This is probably awesome. 384. Yeah, look at this. All right, I'm going to be watching my option scanner again. Yeah, okay, and NUTX, that was a, so that was a 10-minute halt. And it just opened. With the caveat, of course, that GME is a classic meme stock, so anything can happen. Okay, so you see, it took the trade. It took the trade. We talked about taking the trade at 605 or 603 or something like that for the CASA. This is in the simulator. Now, at this point, if I don't like it, I say, yeah, did it, but I don't want to take it. I can always flatten the trade. Okay, so you just highlight and flatten, and that'll get you out of a trade. These are hotkeys that we have. The NEG as an example. I remember now, this is what people talk about it, how it flips. You gotta be awfully careful when you're gonna exit a trade then. I don't like that at all. Again, this is in the simulator, so if I highlight NEG, what happens when it flips? Okay, it remains highlighted, okay. So I can, if I want to get out of this trade, all I do is just flatten it. Okay, and it'll flatten, the highlighted trade. Okay, so it took me out for a big $8 gain or $80 gain. There's the neg, NEGG. And if I don't want to see this trade anymore, I just go click on hide zero positions. So now I just see the ones I'm still in. Again, this is in the simulator. Practice trading. FLWS. Yeah, usually, obviously Mother's Day, huge day for flowers. All right, guys, it's almost 2 o'clock, so in another hour or so that I'm live on a mic. The room will be open until 3:30. So are you talking about on a daily chart or a monthly chart or a weekly chart? You're talking about a flag that points? Let's see if I can find one. We haven't had very many AI alerts in the last little while, so give me an example of a stock, NJ. All that means it was an AI alert previous, but if you give me an example of one, then I can show you. And if you hover over the flag, it'll probably say what the entry was, what the exit was, and all that. But we've had so few AI alerts in the last little while that, yeah, okay, here's one, CVM. Okay, you're talking about these little buys and sells. Yeah, so if you hover over, that just means these were previous AI alerts. Okay, so on this day, whatever day that is, for February 22nd, 2021, the entry was 2313, the exit was 2313, the exit was 2464 for $1.52. Okay, you just have to hover over. So all that's all it means. It was the previous AI alerts, which is part of our premium service. But like I'll be frank, I mean, right now it needs some work. I'm hoping that when we get into earnings season, we'll have a little more activity, but some good alerts. Okay, NJ, does that answer your question? So this is what the AI looks like. You see, there's nothing in it today. Well, there's nothing profitable today. I wonder if NJ heard me. Did you hear me, NJ? Okay, good. That's okay. Yeah, I just always have to make sure that some people have me on mute for some reason, but they have me on mute, so I never really know. Obviously, if you ask a question, it helps if you're not on mute, just in general, I'm not talking to you specifically, but okay, I see why you're talking about the DCFC. And this seems like a SPAC. Oh, it isn't. Okay, just usually by the price. So DCFC, so this showed up in your topping scan. First alert at 10:08, second one right now at 10:28. See if there's any specific news. Again, what do they do? Designs, manufacturers, proprietary hardware, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So it's an EV play. Okay, so it is an EV play. I could get interested in if it gets back to the initial alert, 10:06 or so. I'm going to put a price alert there so I know about it. And again, when I'm talking about that price alert, I'm talking about a short, not going long. And this has some support around 965 on the 5-minute chart. So, that's far enough away that even you waited for a 10 break, then that wouldn't be too bad. Oh, I don't know, Gobi. I mean, maybe they're doing something else. I don't know. I mean, some people just expect me to respond text-wise. All right. Any specific news for this one? I don't see any. Oh, there is some specific news. Okay, that hit at I see at 10:30. Maybe there was news earlier too, but I do see some news, some contract with BP. So that was the news, and that happened. I can see it here at 10:30 on IB's headline. So at least there is some news. Well, yeah, Gobi, I would assume 95 to percent don't have me on mute, but and actually that could be wrong. I mean, a lot of people find trying to listen to somebody all day long is way too distracting, but they want to be in a trading room, because they can interact with other traders text wise, see what's happening. It's just that if somebody asks me specifically a question, obviously it helps if they're not on mute. Anyway, DCFC, boy, a lot of volume came in there. This is where are they out of? Australia. Okay, another Australian stock. Vidac, but you can't hear me. All right, let's see what happens here, guys, with this DCFC. Mm, they got under 10 briefly. Well, it's right at the original alert of 10:08 right now. William must be short this. And I'm talking about the DCFC. Really? Okay. Yeah, you know why? Also, yeah, I should have looked. You wouldn't short this anyway. There's only 3,000 shares available at Interactive Brokers. I don't know how many at E-Trade, but only 3,000 shares available. So I should have looked at that. All right, guys, I took myself out basically flat on that DCFC. I should have checked to see how many shorts were available. That's not necessarily indicative of the rest of the brokerage platforms out there, but there are only 3,000 shorts available at Interactive Brokers. So I want something that has more shorts available to put more downward pressure for other people shorting. So I took myself out of the DCFC. It may work, but I'm not risking it. Yeah, I mean, here's 3,000 shares at Interactive Brokers. So not a lot of shorts available for it. All right, guys, Casa could be doing it now. All right, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. Give me a couple of minutes. Ooh, Viru is being slapped down again, guys. Viru, Veru, is being slapped down again. It has to, for it to show up in my scanner here, it has to be below Thursday's low, which was 1320. So it's way below that now, 1320. The next low looking left is way down here at $10. So I mean, this has room on the downside. A little break here I wouldn't call it consolidation, a little flag, but definitely a breakdown here. VERU. I know somebody mentioned this one earlier. This has been okay. I mean, I'm talking about the SYF, SY Frank, SYF. It's an earnings play. Got up to $40. It fell down to 38.71. It's been slowly creeping its way back up. Weekly chart, the next high looking left is 42.95. So that's far enough away. Probably the same on the monthly chart, 42.49. Okay, about the same. Oh well, see, it worked. It would have worked, but that's okay. DCFC, it's starting to drop, but I got to stick to my rules. Give me a moment, please, guys. All right, guys, sorry about that. Again, internal, not inside my head, internal discussions at Trade Ideas, keeping me a little bit busy. And the CASA still is hanging around that 6 level. I mean, I don't, this is not going to stay at 6. I'm not saying it's going to go up. It's not, I don't know what direction, but it's just not going to stay at 6. Not with the, look at the volume, 132 million, 30 million in the float. So it's traded the float already about what, 4.5 times. And with that news, it could just be resting for a bit. Again, I'm not saying it's going higher. I'm just saying I refuse to believe it's just going to stay at 6 for the rest of the day. Need volume though, guys. You just need some volume. I mean, look at the 15-minute chart. We had a little bit of volume here, the previous 15-minute. What you'd like to see though is something, like that or like that in terms of volume. It's not the absolute volume, it's in relation to the previous candles that I'm always interested in. So I mean, it's you want to see a big volume spike to show that people maybe are interested again. Otherwise, it could pop and then just fade away again if there's no volume. All right, again, I was too chicken to short the Indo, but the Indo is starting to inch its way down. But before it did that, I mean, it popped up to 28, almost 29. Right, so if you're still in the room, Emils, yeah, the links for some reason was removed regarding my vids that I do every day, and it's going to be put back in. I had no idea. So if you want to receive it right now, you can head over to support. Support at trade hyphen, oops, hyphen ideas.com. Support at trade hyphen ideas.com. Yes. And just indicate that you're looking for the link to my daily video. Again, guys, the Casa, don't lose sight of it. Boy, this is looking, it's getting tastier and tastier. Just needs some volume. I mean, it may run without any significant volume. Oh man, look at that Indo now, guys. This is really collapsing. INDO really collapsing here. But again, you're probably be lucky if you take this trade right now. I mean, 655 is a lot of resistance. So, that is so you have to have the proper risk reward. So just for argument's sake, I mean, if you were bound and determined to take this trade right now at 612 and put six as a stop, just throwing some math out at you. So that's a 12-cent stop, okay? So you have to have an expectation, a reasonable expectation of making at least 24 cents on this trade at 1 for 2. So if you got in at 612, you add 24 cents, that's 636. Okay. So I was saying so I mean, there is no resistance until 653. So in theory, that trade, if you took it right now, I'm not saying to take it right now, we're just playing with some math here. The thought process about taking a trade, making sure, but for instance, you don't want to take a trade at 612 with a 12-cent stop and have a lot of resistance at 620. You don't want to risk 12 cents to make 8 cents. How ugly is this one now? This says CVM. Again, this is the updated version of what we all saw earlier. A news report titled CEO used private call to tip off select investors about cancer drug update. I mean, if you're the CEO of this company, I don't know who you are. I know you're not listening to me, but man, oh man, you got some splaining to do if that is in fact what happened. Wow. All right, guys, MDVL is ringing in my ear here on the way down, probably. Yes, MDVL. This is text to voice. I'm hearing it, MDVL. Let's see. I didn't try to trade ENVS, so let's see why that would be. Ah, well, it says number one, ENVS. Are you sure that's the right symbol you want? This is pink sheet, number one. And it says, of course, it's not shortable. I don't even have a bid ask for it. Are you sure you're talking ENVS? I think you mean, yeah, I think you meant ENSV, Dwayne. Thank you, Omni. Okay, I think you meant ENSV. Oops. Omni in our YouTube room pointed that out. Well, if I could type it, yeah, so yeah, it's ENSV. RADA. Now, what's RADA doing after it had the okay day when it released earnings? Ah, wow. Wow, good for RADA. Oh, no, 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 no. Sorry, I'm thinking of Rite Aid. Sorry, I was thinking of Rite Aid. RAD. Beautiful. That's a nice, I mean, that's straight up, after 11:30, basically straight up for RADA. Back's revenue goal over 140 million for 2022. Consensus is 140 million. I guess they release earnings on the 10th. So they are sort of conditioning us to believe that's what's going to happen. Give me a moment, guys. All right, guys, I'm winding this down now. 2:37, so another 20 minutes or so that I'm on the mic, and then let me mute myself. I'm always here, so if I have to get onto the mic, I will. The room will be open until 3:30, and then at 3:30 to 4:30, Chris will be in the YouTube room. You can head over there. If you haven't had enough of trading and any trade ideas questions you may have. I am not muted. I am not muted. Make sure. Nope, I'm not muted. You guys can hear me in YouTube? You can't hear me, then there's something going on. I am not muted though. Okay, well, so I don't talk 100% of the time as I sort of joke around. This is not the radio, so sometimes there is a little bit of dead airspace, but or airtime. So I don't talk 100% of the time. So that's probably when you said or thought I was on mute. Well, as I sort of wind this down here, I mean, the CASA, I'm not going to lose sight of it because we all know what can happen. But right now, it's just kind of still hanging around that 6 level. Like right now, I'm not talking. But how do I tell you that? Okay. Keep waiting for a big volume explosion for CASA. A little bit of one, well, a little bit of 1 and the 2, but still want to see something dramatic, at least on the 5. Yeah, the 5. Let's just bring up a big chart. Now, I mean, it's starting to move. Don't get me wrong. This could move without, intense volume. But you see how the volume has tailed off on the 15. When I last looked on the 5 too, I mean, see how the volume has just tailed off? Now, I mean, it's moving. Don't get me wrong. It is moving and it can move, on maybe less than dramatic volume, but it did have that pop right up to 627. So, I mean, if you're in, if you're taking this one, there's your big resistance probably around 650. No way to use it for crypto. No, we are working on it, but I will admit we're closer to crypto than we were, say, 4 years ago when we thought we'd be in the crypto market. But because this is something that is brought up the Tuesday and Thursday marketing meeting, I do get an update. But when it's going to happen, I don't know. But I think this time, I think we're actually a little bit closer. Let me just see if. Okay, first of all, Rev, I wouldn't do auto trading, but so you know, which is the better one? I can't answer that. I mean, IB probably has more shorts if you're into shorts than E-Trade. So, I use IB. I like IB. I just wouldn't auto trade though. So I don't know if there's a massive difference between, other than, the availability of shorts. Typically, I mean, if you're into shorting, IB typically has more shorts available than E-Trade. Okay. But as far as which one is better to auto trade with, E-Trade or IB, couldn't answer that. I don't think I don't think there is probably a huge difference. Well, there's no question. I mean, IB is not a pleasing looking interface. There's no question. I don't care. I'm more about function than form when it comes to my broker. And again, are you talking about auto trading your own strategy, Rev? Well, we connect with it. I mean, I'm not sure. We obviously connect with E-Trade and IB through Brokerage Plus. So either one. Yeah. So I don't think there's a massive difference. I mean, let me just I'll put I'll put the question to the trader. I don't think there's any massive difference. I mean, obviously IB has, half a cent commission per trade, E-Trade doesn't, but maybe you get a better fill with the IB. I don't know. I really don't know. Okay, so I guess if you're looking for a commission-free broker, E-Trade is the one, but you may I don't know. I mean, maybe you don't get as good a fill as you do with IB, so maybe, that chews it up. I don't know. I could ask some people in the room, see if anybody does auto trade using E-Trade or Interactive Brokers, see what they think. Yeah, but again, as far as the coding goes, I mean, all you can do is connect using the lot. You'd watch that video and you can connect, and that's it. Well, then I have no idea. I have no idea. If you're talking about auto trading, like another program that will auto trade, I have no idea. I don't even know if you can auto trade with IB or E-Trade. I mean, I guess anything is possible if you can code it, but I have no idea. Because now you're talking about creating a strategy in a brokerage platform that will, and then it'll auto trade that strategy. That's out of my depth. I have no idea. But if you're answering your own question, if you like the scans and trade ideas, you have to connect. The only way you can auto trade ideas scans is, through this Brokers Plus window. If you want to auto trade if you want to auto trade the trade ideas scans, you need to be using Brokers Plus, and then you have to have either an Interactive Brokers or E-Trade account. Okay. And again, if you're interested, I can show, you have to watch this video. First video shows you and Gobi, yes. You can set it up like that. Yes, you can set it up. Watch the video, or I put a link in, and if you click on the link, you'll see there are two videos. One is a short video showing if you have an E-Trade or IB account, how you can trade using this window. And then the second video goes into a lot more detail. You don't have to auto trade using this window, obviously. You do manually, but the second video goes into a lot more detail about how you can use this Brokerage Plus window, and it shows you how you can set up, how you can auto trade your own strategies if you want. Now, auto trading requires our premium service. So do I think today we have a massive short squeeze for ATER, ATER? I don't know. I mean, it's 16%, yes, I see, but for 2 days in a row, it had some topping tails and it sold off. It remains to be seen what happens today, and it's sitting right at that 200-day moving average also. So I don't know if there's a massive short squeeze coming. Um, Perhaps. I don't know, Rev. Okay. If you want, you can send that question. You can look at your account. Okay. And just give me a moment. I don't get involved in the accounting end of it at all. So, but let me just give you our home page and you can ask that question. Probably something they can do. When you click on that, you'll see start a discussion or something to that effect. And just give them your email address and they can look up your account to see what's going on. Yeah, Casa is moving a little. It is moving a little. As I said, I did not think it would stay at 6. I didn't know if it was going to go up or down, but yeah, I'm just talking to somebody in our YouTube account or YouTube room, talking about auto trading. Yeah, I mean, I'll never auto trade ever, 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 but we can't block people if that's what they want to do. And the reason why I wouldn't auto trade is because every time I get an alert, I want to see what it looks like. I want to see, what it's because I'm more of a momentum trader. Okay, how much room does it have on a daily, monthly, weekly chart? What's the market doing? What is the pattern it's kind of coming from? All right. So, yeah, I mean, these are just ideas. I would always want to have a check. And then if I want to take the trade, I could use Brokerage Plus and trade it pretty quickly. I don't get, certainly when I get hung up on missing something by 2 or 3 cents or 4 cents or 5 cents. Now, if you're trying to use this system to scalp, if you're trying to make 6 cents on a trade with a 2 cent stop, this is not, you're not going to be able to do it. Okay. So just to let you know that. So that's why consequently I don't get, auto trading for me. It's just, it just is not anything I care to look at because I'm always going to want to quickly look to see what's happening. So yeah, we have the VWAP at 622. I know, excuse me, we have pre-market data, so that's probably why our VWAP may look a little bit different from anybody else's who doesn't not using. Because you get chewed up. You know, if you're talking about rev, if you're talking about like trying to make 5 cents with a 1 cent stop or 8 cents with a 3 cent stop, by the time you get the alert, the system, you may get an alert at say, let's just say for argument's sake, you get an alert, your strategy's at for CASA at 641. CASA may be a fast moving stock. Okay. So you probably will not get a fill at 641. That is where your limit offset comes into place. When you create your strategy. Now you have to say to yourself, okay, I get an alert. How far outside of the alert am I willing to take the trade? Is it 3 cents, 4 cents, 5 cents? And so let's say you're willing to take it 5 cents out. So that means you would take this trade all the way up to 646. Right there, if you're trying to make 5 cents on the trade, is already chewed up on that limit offset, as an example. Understand that you'll never get, if it's a fast moving stock, you'll never get filled at the alert price. And then you put a very tight stop on it. Trust me, it's not going to work. Okay, it won't work. If you're trying to scalp, trying to make even 10 cents with a 3 cent stop, it's one thing to test it in a simulator, and then live, it just won't work. You'll be very disappointed. Like, I'd love to tell you. I'd love to tell you. Yeah, no problem. Just go ahead and do it. You can scalp, but it just will not work. You know what? You want to get more detail about it? You just ask Chris Varley. He'll be there at 3:30. Okay, and you ask him about scalping using auto trading. All right, guys, I'm putting myself on mute now. The room will be open until 3:30. Tell you what, Rev, are you going to be if you're going to stick around for another half hour? Chris has got a lot of experience with the auto trading issue. The reason is that people, I see the tickets that come in, and people are saying, how come I didn't get a fill, or what happened here, or why didn't this happen? And he is the one that, he'll ask you to send the log file, he'll examine it, and then he'll say, this is why this is not working. Okay. So, and he's been doing that. He's sort of our go-to guy for checking the log files. So if you want to hang around for another half hour, you can grill him. Okay. I am certainly not the expert in all this, but you can grill him. Okay, so I will put myself on mute now. Again, I'll hop in if I have to, but I will put myself on mute now. Mr. Varley, I see you there.
Yes, indeed, sir. Putting up
Okay.
the screen sharing now,
All right.
and you are free.
Thank you. Okay. Have fun.
All right.
Talk to you tomorrow.
later.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. All right, everybody. Round 2 with me on the day here today. So, lots of whipsaw. I left y'all, and the SPY had been making new lows on the day, and I guess it turned around in the middle of the noon session. I wasn't really paying attention the whole way, to be honest. They stopped paying attention somewhere around here, and then that happened, Just continuing the whole chop and slop theme that we've got going on for so long. But like I said, it is what it is. We change our expectations and we roll with it. And that's about all we can do. So anyways, with all that said, I think the NASDAQ was even positive at one point. Technically, I guess the SPY went positive too here. But I was really shocked with the NASDAQ. I think that's since gone negative again. Yeah. So, just makes it really, really, really tough in this environment. You really think, market's moving one way and you get a head fake and moving back the other way. So I guess let's see. This is where we open. So we're positive from the open, but negative from the close. Just to keep things, really off kilter and off balance. So, for the most part, still looks like 320, 316. I think 316 and change is the low back here. That still looks to be very much in play for the Qs, but, only time will tell. So, folks, we do this as a, an open forum here. So please, fire any questions away for me. As always, I'll do my best to entertain and keep it informative. But I think we all get a lot more out of this when you're all participating and driving the content. We don't have an alert for it, but can do it as a filter and then attach like a new 5-minute low alert, I would suggest. But if we come to the configure of a scan and a search and Bollinger, all right, whatever time frame you want out of the 4 that we offer here, 5, 15, 60, and daily. All right, and then we'd add the filter, and then you can use the show me function here and start plugging in values. So show me where the stock is at least 6% above the lower Bollinger Band, or minus 9%, price at least 9% below, whatever's you want to do. That's what's great about the show me function here, is it'll show you in real time. So what it'll do, it doesn't have to be a new 5-minute low. This is what it does here. So you'd use, the 5-minute alerts are the ones that are my go-tos for anybody that's trying to, they really want the alert more on the filter based on an actual event where we don't have an alert for that filter necessarily. And so the 5-minute high and 5-minute low, I think, are good, your best substitutes. And this is what this is going to look for. So it's, the first time that the current candle goes above the higher previous candle we report, or the low in this case. And we ignore the candles with no volume. So essentially, as long as it's taking out the low, the prior low, the prior 5-minute low or the prior 5-minute high, you get the alert like that. So I think they work well in tandem with a lot of the filters in that regard. And then, it's the same thing when people are trying to build cross alerts. I suggest the same thing. You find the SMAs or the VWAP that you want to cross, and you put in filter values that'll have them, have them close in price, and then adding the alert to it, that 5-minute high or 5-minute low. Obviously, we have them in different time frames too, but I think that's where you're best served, especially if it's an intraday alert and you're trying to find things that are maybe moving on the quicker side with those filters. As long as it was making a 5-minute low off the prior candle, yes, you'd get the alert a second time. So for example, let's just say, let's just say it was breaking a lower band here, all right, and it broke it and made that 5-minute low, and that happened, all right, and then it came back and it recaptured that band or whatever, and all of a sudden the band was here again, and the low of this candle was lower than that, then you'd get that alert a second time here, even though everything was actually technically higher. As long as that filter was broken again with the new 5-minute low there, you'd get that alert again. Clean those drawings up. Yeah, I mean, those are really my go-to alerts for building a scan like that. Let me know, Rev, if that makes sense. I've gone through a lot of these alerts and tried to look for something that might be a better substitute. Obviously, the candle patterns, that's not something you're going to want to really look at. Oops, get rid of that search so we can look at everything. And then, the same idea with these here, because some of these alerts are looking for very specific events. These check marks and things like that. Obviously, standard deviation break isn't something you're going to want for that kind of filter. All right, perfect. And, all the same, I think it's a good exercise to go through these alerts. And I'm no expert on every one of these alerts. I have a reasonable idea on most of them, from either scan building for myself, for users, or troubleshooting questions with scans. But I think one of the good exercises to do with going through all these alerts, and even the filters, the same thing, is sometimes we don't know exactly what we're looking for. Or we have an idea, but maybe we need a little spark or inspiration. And so going through some of these, reading over the definitions, I think that's a great way to get your mind in that set of trying to find exactly what you're looking for, or ways to even kind of think outside the box, essentially, on trying to achieve something that's not straightforward, but possibly achievable. Something was, really moving, and you were looking for maybe a short-term break on like a 5-minute, you might take a look at these running up alerts. Can't hurt. And especially when you're at the beginnings of scan building, I generally will say you only want one alert, maybe two per scan, because the alerts work independently of each other, but work in coordination with the filters. You might try a few different alerts at the beginning of a scan and then see what brings the best results or the most improved results, cycling through some different alerts and seeing how they react with those filters. And again, let me get rid of that drawing. Let's get rid of that. Let's see, someone popped an ATER. Was this a high flyer last week? Yeah. So trying to take out some recent highs there. What are we Household fan manufacturing. Interesting. Very interesting. My Holly AI race. Oh no, this is just tab. This isn't Holly racing here. This is my own scan that I'm racing. Holly's just tab behind it. That's all. But these ones here, no, there's nothing curated about this. This is just a very simple set of scans here. These essentially, this scan and this scan, mark them with X's. This scan and this scan essentially are the same exact things. The only difference is this one is looking at less minimum shares than this one is for the stocks to appear on the race or in the scan, essentially. I shared earlier with everybody this one, I think here. If you weren't here for that, for the noon session, I got that right. 1 second, share that out with you. Sorry, just looking for the cloud link. So that's a cloud link for that. And then we can go over what I am looking for in it. And so right click, configure. So the top list itself, what it's doing is looking at stocks between $8 and $50. Their position in range for the day has got to be a minimum of 75, meaning they have to be 75% above the low of today's range. Relative volume, just 0.8 on that. Have to trade at least 550,000 shares on the day. They have to be up from the open. And position in range for 20 days, 75% above the low of 20 days. The idea is trying to find stocks that have some volume but aren't necessarily going nuts, and look strong, both on the daily chart and an intraday chart. And that's essentially it. Nothing too fancy, but we buy stocks going up. That's what I like to do. And I'm racing them on a change from open percent and a delta value of that. And then I've set the cars to auto run and replace the cars here. And that's it. Nothing overly fancy. Simplicity is the ultimate sophistication, as Leonardo da Vinci famously once said. And that's all I'm trying to do here is, capture those good moves. And we can see, there's a number of stocks that have come through here multiple times. Let's try to find some that have been, multiple winners on the day. So METC, we could see that this here. And the beauty of this is stocks are only going to make it on the current races if they're 75% above the low of today. So we can see that this came in, we had the big tail down, moved up, consolidated. And I'm guessing that it won several times in this move here. And then as it faded, we didn't see it. We won't see it again anymore. If it maybe consolidated instead and started to move up, popped up on those races again, then we're finding something good. But I'd say, whatever races it hit in here, and here, I'm guessing somewhere in those candles. I can't pinpoint exactly right now, but that certainly was a move worth watching. Like I said, gapped up, ran down, popped back up, consolidated, and as it was breaking that range, there's a bit of alpha to be had on that. Not a bad look. In the right sector also. Energy overall, coal overall has been very strong. TECK, there's one great looking chart here on the daily. BTU is another coal stock, another real one. What is the coal? Can't remember the coal ETF. I know there's one. I don't even know if I see it, I'll even recognize it. Uranium getting taken to the woodshed today. No, that's clean energy. Completely the opposite. Let's see. See if I can recall it here. I can't remember it. Do a quick search, see if I can find something. Not it's the biggest deal, but no coal ETFs currently. Interesting. Oh, so KOL, that's what it was. Guess that's gone now. What do you know? Yeah, that stopped trading in December of 2020. Been a hot minute. Interesting. Wonder if I even have that on my list here. Tools, options. And again, folks, I'm kind of just, playing around here. Fire some questions at me. Symbols list. Let's see, sector analysis. Yeah, I have it on here, but it's long gone. So we can just eliminate that and update the list. There we go. So natural gas, man, this thing just cannot be stopped recently. Simply cannot be stopped at all right now. Let's see what else. XOP was up and then gave some up. So flattish on the day from the open, but still up on the day. And another one, gaps up, runs it right down on that gap up, and pops right back up. And of course, fading like the rest of the market. Whoop, just notice those compare count windows. So big time sell off here into the close. Big sell off. And again, we'll see that all reflected here. SPY and Qs all back to lows of the day. Close on the Qs. SPYs are at it. IWM really looking sickly here. And again, a zoom out. And, we had this range for so long up here. Now we're down here on this range. And, that's a couple of months worth of data now. That's not a little bit amount of data. So I'd say this area down here, that 170, I'd say 175 or so, give or take. That's definitely in play for the IWM if this tape continues as such. So that's that. We got 10 minutes and change into the close. Oh, also, I have a message coming into me. Rev, Barry said you were asking about auto trading. So, I'm not an auto trading guru, but I've got a fairly good handle on it. I've done some automation in the past. When we get out of this sideways down market, I'll be doing some automation again, coming out of, if and when we come, not really an if, obviously, but when we come out of this. So I'll see if if you have questions on it, fire those away, and I will, I'll do my best to answer those. Generally my big things with automation are, Don't try to compete with hedge funds and high frequency traders, and don't try to think you're smarter than the system. Those are my two biggest things. Try to do things realistic. And you also have to understand that we have to obey market mechanics essentially. So there's no fancy exits on the alerts, using VWAP and things like that. When automated trading happens, a bracket order goes out. So before the fill even goes out, you have the opening order that goes out, and then if you were to have it as a full bracket order, the stop and a target, the target and the stop go out as well at the exact same time that the fill order goes out, and then you get the fill order, and these two orders become live here. So they have to obey market mechanics in the sense your broker has to be able to hold those orders. A broker can't calculate RSI or VWAP or an SMA or a Bollinger Band or any of those things like that. So let's see, you're asking about brokers that do auto trading. It was simply for a bounce strategy or for a simple bounce strategy. Yeah, so you're stuck with you're stuck with IB and E-Trade for now. I kind of get tired of telling people other brokers are on the way. They are, just us getting cooperation from the other brokers is just not something that opt to do. I actually learned something new about TD Ameritrade, in that they had not updated their API from inception till 2017. And then they allegedly were going to start updating their API, and they actually never did, or not to the extent that they claimed that they were going to. I learned this yesterday. So that's, I guess, one of the big things that's held us back with TD Ameritrade, because I was one of the people that tested for it or was testing it, and that their API data coming out isn't correct. Not that their data is incorrect. It's the API data, two completely separate things. So anyways, short story long. For now, you're just stuck with IB and E-Trade. If it's for bounce strategy and long, I'd say E-Trade or IB would work fine. Maybe E-Trade's a little more cost efficient, since there won't be any commissions attached to it whatsoever. I mean, there's always these little fees, even on commission-free brokers. 3 cents or 4 cents or some tenths of a cent. I forget what they, whatever administrative fees or something like that, but not, full on commissions. Also, as long as it's a funded account, a traditional funded brokerage account, E-Trade provides the API data for free, where IB, it's like $10 a month. So, but, what you're going to want to do is figure out your strategy, back test it and whatever else. And then, you'd come and you'd load it into Brokerage Plus. So it's, right click, load from cloud. And so, all right, so I'm going to load something up and see what, just for fun, and go through the exercise of of setting up the edit in it. So I'm just trying to find, here we go. This is what I wanted. All right. So once you've added a strategy, you add to existing strategy here. We've loaded it from the cloud. All right. And you'll right click and you'll go to edit trading strategy. And this is where your instructions and your limitations will come in essentially. So, you set up an entry time. All right. There's also all these ones that are in here to pay attention to, sending orders at once, most per day per symbol, or, send it if you already have it in a holding. So you might have something that's in a long-term holding and then it pops to your strategy. You may not want to be trading those because, for tax reasons or, a number of other reasons, but tax is what pops to my mind immediately. You also have, stop sending after X amount of orders if you're trying to limit the amount of orders that a strategy sends in a day. All right. You have your order details in here, how you're position sizing. Are you doing a fixed amount of dollars? Are you doing a fixed amount of shares? Are you doing it based on your stop loss? Meaning, my stop loss is at 3% or 5%, whatever you happen to choose, or, 50 cents per share or something like that, and you're risking $100 or $300 per trade. From there, you move on. Are you a market order or a limit order? If you're a limit order, set your offset, your limit offset here. Time and force, that's all very straightforward, just like it would be in a broker. Your limit reference, I suggest leaving it at last price. There's no real fancy way to get around last price. And then in your risk management, this is where you're setting things up. And this is the other one comes to my mind when I'm looking at the risk management is use realistic risk management. I've seen a lot of people try to do, trading $1 and $2 and $3 stocks with like 1% stops and 2% stops. So essentially their stop is 1 or 2 cents on a stock that's moving 5 cents, every 10 or 15 seconds. That's not realistic. Essentially you're sending out a stop at your entry, so you have to keep these things in mind. Just sheer market mechanics, especially, with spread and liquidity and things like that. So that's something else to keep in mind. Make sure, you're picking a stop and a target that makes sense. And then some hold time. So I see you said enter crosses this, hold for 3 candles, entry invalid when price crosses. So there's no real condition on entry. Your entry is going to be your alert. The alert and the configuration, the alert's going to happen. And if that happens, that's sending out the order. It's just there's no way around that. Your entry order is going to come out when the strategy triggers. It's going to send the order to the broker. And if you have a stop and a target, those will get there too. And then if you get the fill, these become active, obviously. While you can't do it for 3 candles necessarily, you can set it up for a hold time of 15 minutes, whatever your candle, so if you're looking at 5-minute candles, you can set up a 15-minute, 16-minute, 17-minute hold time, anything in here, you can adjust this like that. Or obviously if it's 15-minute candles, a 45-minute or 44 or 46 minutes, whatever you want in that ballpark like that. So that part of it you can do for sure. And that's really, those are the basics of setting up anything in automation. And then my suggestion to everybody that's looking into automation is once you've got the strategy you want to automate, you've set up the trading instructions inside of Brokerage Plus, start in simulated trading. All right. Costs nothing to see it. All right. Because backtest doesn't necessarily equal good simulated trading, and good simulated trading doesn't necessarily equal things working out live. But that's the next step. The first step is your back testing. Your next step is to go into simulation. And then the third step would be to go live with the strategy. But I would suggest going live with, if you're an E-Trade, go just buy 1 share at a time. This way, if something goes wrong, 1 share isn't going to make or break your account. And, test it for several days or weeks or whatever it is that you feel comfortable with and see if it's working live. The fills are going out well. What the liquidity and the spread of these stocks are and how they work in live trading. And then from there, if it looks good, it looks like it's working, then you go, maybe you were at 1 share, go to 5 shares, and then 10 shares, and then 20 shares. And then, once you get to 20 shares, I'd say, and if it's still working, and these are tentative numbers, you can scale in and out how you feel truly is appropriate for your account size. But if you feel after a certain amount of increases in live trading, then that's when I say start to go maybe half of what or a quarter of what you're looking to risk when you go full on with the trade, and then half, and so on and so forth, or a third, or like I said, I'm giving you ballpark numbers or suggested numbers, but you feel out what you think is best for you. So let's see, we got a little rally going on. Michael says, yeah, look at that on the IWM, little pop up there. Same thing on the SPY. So again, just when you think, rope-a-dope left and right. Whoops, I was trying to bring over SPY chart. I didn't realize I had that there. Let me bring that over. So, just when you think again, this is why I'm exiting my anything that I'm swing trading. I'm exiting very quickly on pullbacks. I'm not letting stuff mess around on me. I want to take that money and bank it, and continues to go without me, so be it. It happens. We'll get back to an uptrending market again, and I won't have to do that. But for now, pocket the cookies. when they're there. I'd rather take half cookies than crumbs or losses or cookies spilt on the ground. ATR again. ATER. CATER. Yeah, there it goes again. So I made that nice big 15-minute candle. Left that upper shadow, made down shadow, trying to break. So not a tiny float on that stock either, but yeah, definitely has the ability to cook. Porting about 53 mil on that, give or take. Interesting with that short growth and short float there as well. Good to note. Options volume very heavy today, doing a little more than 5.5 times its normal options volume over the last 10 days. And we can see here, we've got overall volume that stayed very strong over the last few weeks too. So definitely some stuff worth noting. I guess people are buying household fans, something, I don't know. Branded. Categories include home, kitchen appliances, kitchenware, blah, blah. Headquartered in New York, New York. That's not far from me. I have to go check them out, see what the showroom looks like. Are there additional criteria that can be set on the broker side? Anything that applies to normal broker mechanics. So if your orders go out and you don't like anything or you want to adjust anything, you can come to the orders tab and cancel orders there in Brokerage Plus. I mean, you could also go to wherever the orders tab lies within TWS if you're using IB and E-Trade, which I think is more of a web portal. And you can make any of those adjustments from there in those orders. Your orders should also live on your charts afterwards. So if you have a stop or target, those should all be there, and you could adjust those and just click and drag them up or down. And then, yes, within your broker, you can do anything you like within there too. Just make sure if you go to jump in and coordinate any orders like that, you don't leave any orders hanging out. I've seen a number of times people automate a strategy, whether it's Holly or their own, and there's maybe a stop and a target, and they decide they want to sell it up, outside of those, and then they never cancel these orders, and they don't cancel on their own, and the order comes up as a sell, whether it's one side or the other. They no longer have the position, and it triggers a short sale because it's a sell. All the broker knows is there was a sell order there, and there's no position, so they're going to sell it based on that. So just keep those in mind whenever you go to jump on a strategy that you've created and it has an automation set up, that you make sure the other closing orders are coordinatedly closed properly. So yeah, it was quite the closing candle there for us. So again, do we take that as a bullish sign going in tomorrow? Was it, a kick save and a beauty for the Bulls? Was it a fumble for the Bears? Is it, short covering going into this? Because, the saying don't shorten the hole. So you got to wonder, is there people that, they started maybe getting short back here somewhere and deciding to cover on this today below this 440 line, setting up for the next move down. These are all possibilities. There's no way to really know this, or at least I don't know any way to know this. But what I mean by shorting in the hole is, all right, we had this move up and now move back down has happened, and possibly shorts were put on in this. And so you don't short down here after this move. And I don't think that'd be a major short in the hole, to be quite honest. I wouldn't consider that the same as this here. Oops, a little too far. This down here, this would be more shorting in the hole, or, down here would be more shorting in the hole. off this, all-time highs and move down here, and then a pop back up and a big move back down. This isn't quite the sell-off that these have been back here, but all the same, the same thing as chasing. Shorting the whole is essentially another way to say don't chase short, versus a don't chase long. That's all. So interesting stuff going on here. I didn't look at the diamonds at all today. They've been a little different than the other indexes on these bounces and sell-offs. So not quite as damaging, but I think that also goes back to the growth versus value story. And, ARKK, there's your growth really beat up over the last year or so. And then here's your value. BRKB. Why are you not working? There we go. And here's your value. And, still holding real strong in all this, not far off all-time highs for Mr. Warren Buffett there, Mr. Charlie Munger and all that. So next week I'll be at the CMT Symposium, first live one they've done in a few years now, in DC. So if anybody's in the DC area, drop a line in. If anybody hears a CMT and they might be attending. It should be an interesting one, I hope. Hoping to get a lot out of that. Big believer in what the CMT does and the education they provide. And certainly helped open up my thinking and trading. That's for sure. Let me get Brokerage Plus out of the way here. Alrighty, there we go. That's out of the way. So Casa, Barry put something in earlier. Someone with Verizon, I guess. A deal with them. What do we do here? Digital cable video and broadcast services. Been a while since I've had cable. Strong close, very strong close on that. Move this around. That's from a long time ago, I'm guessing. Interesting level to see a close at, right? I'm a big fan of sticking a pivot line at the top of a day's price action, seeing where it traces back to. Usually has some significance. I'd say definitely some significance here. I mean, look, bounced off it there, bounced off it here. Started to give it up there, tried to toe the line, couldn't give it up, couldn't hold it, gave it up. It's been a long, slow bleed since then, and comes right up and runs right into that today. But strong close. Like that's something that could have carryover for tomorrow. Not a big float, 30 mil in that float, give or take. Bit of a short float, nothing crazy, but certainly could add some fuel to that. A short growth there too, and that short growth is not from today, so I wouldn't be surprised maybe that short growth was from back here somewhere on this small move up that it had. I'm going to do some detective chart work skills here, things of that nature. And some of these, I wonder if any of these are really racing. Yeah, I mean, there's a cost to attend it, so keep that in mind. I don't know. The first day, it's Wednesdays, cocktails. I'm not sure if that requires any registration for it. And then it's Thursday and Friday are the main days of it, and I think it's $700 or $800 or something like that. But you don't need to be a C. I'm only I'm taking my level 1 exams in June, so you don't need to be registered or anything like that. You just have to register for the event itself. So it's been a few years since I've been to DC. Went for a wedding several years ago. Always a nice city to visit, though. CVET. What have we got? Veterinary services. This thing's really, really taken a beating since last year. Is that ATER? So a little bit of volume here we're showing in the post market. Nothing crazy, but sometimes it takes a minute to get going too. But yeah, I mean, the CMT symposium is for anybody doing technical analysis that has interest. I mean, you don't even technically have to be doing technical analysis, but I don't think you find very many fundamental people there. Back when dinosaurs roamed the earth, huh? That's a hot minute ago. Twofold purpose for me going. One, to network and meet people in the technical field, and two, you never know what kind of items you're going to come across. Alpha Trends, Brian Shannon, call him Mr. ViewOp, came up with Anchor ViewOp. That's where we ended up with Anchor ViewOp from, was with him. Now, most of the longtime trade ideas traders and employees have known Brian for a very long time anyways, but that's how things like that get built, and new technologies and new strategies and things like that. So yeah, Brian is a few people that I really like to pay attention to in the trading world, and he's one of them. And the main reason is the saying, price pays, and that's it. I don't necessarily follow him for the charts or anything like that, but what I like to do on it with the for the charts that he shows is look at the relative strength that he's showing, the strategies and things like that, and take something from the education of it, not necessarily piggyback on his trading ideas, but the education of it. No, I will not be here I will not be here next Wednesday, Thursday, or Friday, as a matter of fact. I'm flying on Wednesday morning. I find this very humorous. My randomly selected stocks for my simulator trading. If I could only have this kind of return in my regular trading, right? Haha. Possibly next Thursday for the Zoom side of things on the getting started Zoom webinars. I think Michael Noss might cover me. I have to ask him, but I'm sure he'll say yes. But I'm not sure about Wednesday or Friday if there'll be someone to cover YouTube. Barry, I'm sure will go to the 3:30, and then we'll see from there. If it gets bought, it'll be $70 a share. I'd say he's a bag holder. That's what I would say. Let's look at the Twitter chart. That's a huge move to make for Twitter, to go all the way from, and what's his target? Is it next week? Is it next month? Is it 6 years from now? Like statements like that are why I just think finance TV is kind of nonsense, but it is what it is. It's making some moves here right now after hours, some volume in it. I don't, how sustainable that is, but think about, that's over a $20 move from where we are right now. Is it possible? Of course it is, but again, he says something like that. Is there any context to it? Is it, it could be that in a year from now, it could be that in a month from now. Yeah, exactly. So, I mean, that's like me saying, the SPY will be at 500. Okay. I probably will be in 2 years from now. I don't think that's an unreasonable, fetch at all. But, if it's just stating something like that. So it sounds like clickbait to me. But I mean, I do think Twitter could get there? Absolutely. It boggles my mind that Twitter isn't more valued than it currently is. I get, I get all the nonsense that comes with it. I get that comes with it. People get, upset about, these people are spreading misinformation, or these people are silencing freedom of speech, or, whatever it is. So I get where a lot of the stuff comes in, and, the bots that annoy people and the trolling and all that stuff like that. But, properly used, Twitter's a really great tool. Look, Twitter's why I'm talking to you folks right now. Twitter's literally why I'm talking to you folks. If it wasn't for Twitter, I don't know what are the odds that I discover trade ideas, and then trade ideas in reverse discovers me. So, properly used, I'm taking a Twitter break myself right now, decompressing from social media and news in general. But, I mean, it's a great networking tool used properly, like I said. And, sometimes it boggles my mind. Also, great comedy aspect to it. The original reason I joined Twitter was some finance things that I was interested in learning. And then I ended up with a lot of humorous stuff, a lot of, funny accounts that I like to follow that I thought were very humorous. Unfortunately, I let a little too much politics creep into my feed, and so I had to back off. His argument is, look how high it once was. Yeah, I mean, but if it's for that, I mean, I don't even know if I can here. Look how high this isn't going to show because of the reverse split now on it. Gee, I wish I could find one of those charts. No, I can't show it like this. There's charts I could show you that were insanely high. Can't get those. I can't think of any off the top of my head. Just because something did it once doesn't mean it'll do it again. Unfortunately. This one, yeah, this is one. Go back on this. Now I know completely different business models and whatever else, but this thing. Look what this thing did. Several years ago. I was actually in the trading room, and Barry got a piece of this day. It was quite interesting. MMC. What do I think of MMC? A strong looking chart right there. And it's funny that you mentioned this because I talked about AIG earlier, insurance, right? And MET insurance, and look at all those charts, all very, very similar charts, as a matter of fact. So obviously that sector, something's going on there that has those charts strong. MMC. And given what we've just had happen and these whippy sell-offs, this thing kind of. Now, look, today we can see following something similar of what went on the market right there. You can even argue that's a cup and handle right there, as a matter of fact, on a 15-minute chart. With that said, you could also argue that this is a cup and handle too on a daily chart. So fractal patterns right there. We love fractal patterns. Sitting rate not that far off all-time highs right now. So some really good stuff to look at in this chart, to be honest. Nice and liquid, but watch that earnings date coming up in a couple of days, obviously, but a great trend. I think pulled back overall with the market, but it rhymed, but it didn't sing exactly with the pullback of the market because you didn't see the chop. You saw this pullback and this nice move back up here again. So that's a nice looking chart right there overall. Definitely a nice looking chart. Do you have a good pre-market scan? No, but I mean, we could do something together real quick here. So let's do this here. Let's go pre-market. And we'll put a couple of things together that I think, in the pre-market, I don't think there's a whole lot to it because there's so much less traded that you don't have to overcomplicate things. So we'll go pre-market, hide this out. I guess, I'll stick a $1 minimum on this here. And then volume shares traded today. Let's make sure we're looking at stocks that have traded. I'm going to go with 7,500. You could always up this if you want or down it if you want. But, I mean, you want to see at least that to get some sort of interest. And so pre-market high, at least 7,500 shares traded today. I mean, is there anything else that we really need other than that? I don't really know if there's much else that we need besides that on the alert window, to be honest. Since it's a pre-market scan, if you're going to just use it as a pre-market scan, we could throw, I think, this in there and this in there as well. And leave those ratios blank, I would say. All right. And then you've got 3 different alerts. And then, you just want to see that the stock has got a little bit of action in the pre-market. And that's really it, I would say, as far as that goes. All right. so pre-market alerts. So there's that. Let me, and I'd say just, as pre-market's winding down, or you're done looking at stuff pre-market, just close this window, because otherwise it's going to go nuts during the regular trading hour, only because of the 1 minute volume and the relative volume alerts. I would use those values because I want to see stuff that's actually traded in the pre-market. If something's traded 5,000 shares in the pre-market, if something trades 7,500 shares by, let's say, 4:30 a.m., all right, you might have something going on there. But if something's traded 7,500 shares and it's 9 o'clock in the morning in pre-market, there's nothing there. So it's trying to get that fine line between, is it active in the pre-market, or is it just some shares that were traded in the pre-market that don't really mean anything? There's no real way to define that, and I think that's going to be unique to each individual. It also changes dynamics now that we scan at 4:30 a.m. instead of 6:45 a.m. Something could make some pre-market highs. Something could make some pre-market highs, by 5 o'clock in the morning, and then you'll never see it again on those pre-market highs. But it still might be interesting in another retrospect where it's still trading a decent amount of shares. And so that's why I threw these 1 minute and relative volume filters in there as well. You could also use the 5 minute high volume in there, or 5 minute high alert as well. But I think this is a good place to start. And you could always add that 5 minute highs. Finding a bunch of stocks that have traded, 400,000 shares in the pre-market that are interesting to trade in the pre-market, there isn't going to be a lot of those every day either. Some days there may not be any. You're going to have stocks that have probably traded, 100,000 shares or more in the pre-market every single day, probably a Tesla, an Apple, a Facebook, things like that. Those are all going to be items that have traded a ton, but they're not really or stocks have traded a ton, but they haven't they haven't gone anywhere in the pre-market. So that's why I would do it like that. And then a top list I still think is the best way to scan in pre and post market. And so this is what I would do with this here. Let's sort on change from close percent. Again, we got let's stick a 1 in there for price range. And sorry, didn't realize what time it was already. I have to start logging out of some software. There we go. My apologies. Just want to make sure I log out of this so I'm not messing with anything here. All right. So again, we want to make sure we're trading stuff that's got some liquidity in it. So for the top list, I think we'll go with, let's say 15. I'll say 12,500 shares on this one. All right. And now, so it's got to trade at least this many shares. All right. It's going to pull the ones that have the biggest change from the close to the top of the list. All right. And I think volume percent. So volume today percent is a good substitute for relative volume as a filter. And so we could add that filter and maybe throw in like, let me throw a 3 in the minimum here. All right. Let's see, pre-market top list. All right. And now let's just go through on the history of this. All right. And just see what we've gotten here. Let's go with 8 a.m. this morning. And let's see what came through here. Right. So you got, some of those things that were probably high flyers in the pre-market. Let me pull up pre-market data. All right. So you've got some of these things that, some more, some less. All right. But definitely something to work with. I don't know how overly active the pre-market was this morning. We can play with this a little bit. I just want to see what happens when we do this. Let's get rid of that and see if that really changed anything here. Yeah, so it brought in a few more here. But I don't think, what it brought in really wasn't a big deal, any of it. All right. We can see almost all these things here. A majority of these didn't really have any pre-market activity in those. So, it's finding those stocks that, really made a move in the pre-market with volume, and it was a sustained move. How do you trade, let's see, AGQ, 23,000 shares by 8 o'clock in the morning that, it's not a whole lot to trade in there. And then, the move happens. So I'd imagine the spread on this wasn't great, trying to mess with that. Again, here, how do you trade this? 50,000 shares, not really much going on here though. Give me 1 second here. All right, sorry about that. I just had someone knocking at the door here, and but all right. So you kind of get, I don't know pre-market very well. I'm interested in playing with pre-market scans. Yeah, so the things you got to keep in mind are that the reason why here's all right. So I'm going to share this like this, and I'm going to change it. So this is pre-market. Let me reconfigure the name of this: pre-market top list sort on change from close. All right. And let me share that out. And then I'm going to show you, just a different way to look at this and why I would look at it this way too. All right. So there's that. And then if we come back to the configure, sort on the volume today percent now instead. All right. And see how this kind of changes things here. So at 8 p.m., now we're looking at stocks that had, the highest percent of volume as compared to the last 10 days. All right. And those are going to all populate at the top. So, this is another way to look at it, because you would say that, if a stock had traded, 5, 6, 7, 15, 30% of its normal volume at some time in the pre-market, that's something to look at, because when you get to 100, that means you're at your normal trading over the last 10 days. And anything over that means you're doing X amount of times more than that. So if you have something that traded, let's say by 8 o'clock in the morning, 50% of its normal volume for an entire trading day, that's something really significant. And so that's why I think that's a good way to look at these two in the pre-market, to say, what's active? Where is the activity? And this is a good way to look at it in substitute of relative volume, because essentially they're very close. Just some slight nuances are a little different in those. So I'm going to share this out like that too, but let me organize the colors and the columns on this so it looks a little nicer for you. And volume, percent today, where are you? There we go. Okay, and let's add that column. Get rid of relative volume, that's not necessary. Change from open's not necessary. There we go. Now it looks much better. And so, we can see something like this. I mean, look, it traded 750 times what it's normally trading over the course of a day, but it meant nothing. All right. This one here ended up making a nice move. And so we could see it was very active and became very active in the pre-market. All right. By 8 o'clock in the morning, it traded almost double what it's normally doing on the day. And it ends up making a nice move. So it could have been good prep work for you at 8 o'clock in the morning. I mean, everybody in the world saw Casa today, obviously. So that's a throwaway. I'm not going to cheat myself out with that. Well, that's what we're finding here with this. So just another way to kind of slice and dice that same data, essentially. And look at it on the things that were heavy on volume. So let me share this out with you folks, and then I'm going to wrap it up for the day here. And the last thing I'll say is the channel bar. I mean, it's pretty good overall. Channel bar, bring that over. The pre-market scan in there, overall it does pretty well in here. This M window is pretty decent. I'm not crazy about the way we did the gappers in this, but not my choice. What I would change on this is I would not sort on gap percent, because I think that throws people off. Our gap percent in the pre-market works just like a change from close, but but once the market goes live, it doesn't work. So I think that confuses people. So I just like to use a change from close percent and keep it really simple. The other thing, there's something else I don't care for in this. Yeah, I think you want more than 2,000 shares on there. I really think you want to get up into that 10,000 range or so. And I personally would throw out the EPS hack, but I don't mind looking at ETFs if I'm doing pre-market work, because if there's an ETF that's really firing in the pre-market, I might want to pay attention to stocks in that ETF or related to that ETF. So that's why, that's why I would do it differently personally. That's just a, personal thing. This multi-window here is pretty good in there. What am I looking for? Strategies. So you've got, pre-market highs, pre-market lows, and then you've got that relative volume that I'd shared with you, and this moving up pre-market. What is in that specifically? Okay, so they have 3 different alerts in here, and just a position and range, that's all. So, I'd test that out, and, you could always save these to your cloud and make any adjustments there as well. So how do I get what you shared? So Walt, you're going to click on those links that I shared. All right. And when you click on those links, you should get a page that's going to look like, can I do this? No, I can't put myself in timeout. That doesn't make any sense. That doesn't make any sense. Sorry, I'm trying to find a way for me to click the link to show you. Bear with me because I can't reverse technology it from the YouTube side of things. All right, so that link that's here that I just shared, you can just copy and highlight that, all right? If you copy that, and then you go to File, Load from Cloud, that should be already imported in here for you. If it's not, just go ahead and paste it in there and then click Load, and that'll load those each one of those scans. So I'll leave this open for a moment so you can get each one of those. If you actually click the links that are there, what should happen is you should get a web page that looks like this. This is what I was trying to show you. So if you click the links, you should get a web page that looks like this. And same thing, you can highlight and copy that URL, and then you come to File, Load from Cloud. Again, that should be right in there preloaded. You'll hit load and let that be that, and you'll have those scans just like that. And then make sure, please share please save them to your cloud, so that moving forward, if you like them, you'll have them for reference, because I go through and I delete, everything from my cloud I don't use regularly. And then to save to the cloud, it's a right click, save or share to cloud, and you click save, and that's really just that simple. Very straightforward on saving anything to the cloud. Let me know if that worked, Walt. I'll stick around for another minute to make sure that you get that all set up. I'm trying to find also I have a video that's can help with saving and sharing to the cloud. Sorry, just searching my resources. Here we go. A short video using the cloud to share. There we go. So that's a good video also to reference for saving and sharing to the cloud. Nah, that's all right. Perfect Circle. You popping in and asking questions, that's good enough for me. I appreciate the back and forth, it's us that wants to, thank you, for being here and being part of this community. All right, perfect, Walt. I'm going to take that. Thanks for that you were able to locate and do all that. So let's see. Today was Manic Monday. Tomorrow's Turnaround Tuesday, right? Isn't that how it's supposed to go? And Wacky Wednesday, Thirsty Thursday, stuff like that. Freaky Friday. So yes, thank you all for popping in. Really appreciate it. Barry will be back tomorrow morning. Tomorrow is Tuesday, so that means Mr. Michael Noss is back from his personal time off, welcoming in his newborn. Wednesday, Steve. Thursday, Jamie. Friday, Andy. Round out the week. I'll be back tomorrow. Zoom side of things tomorrow. I'll continue to do Zoom for those of you that have participated in it. If any of you are here, I'll continue to do it the way I've done it. The way of kind of doing things here. It's been a lot of, 50, 60, 70 people signing up for Zoom, and then, 4, 5, 6 people literally showing up in the Zoom webinar. So I don't think it's conducive, or I don't think it's beneficial for your time for me to have constructed syllabus when it's the same couple of people each week. So I think we're better off if people formulate questions maybe ahead of time if you're going to attend the Zoom webinar tomorrow, and we can address each individual question. Gives you more of a, as long as it stays to the small numbers, it gives gives you, me, us a more personalized time together of trying to get you the most value out of the software, what you're looking for. So my pleasure, Da. So, all right, folks, I'm going to go ahead and shut down for the day. You all have a wonderful rest of the Monday wherever you are, and can't wait to see you all tomorrow, right? Hopefully a little better market conditions. Maybe we can get a trend going our way over the next couple of days. We'll see how it all works out. All right, thanks, everybody. Take care. We'll see you then.